Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. At this time, please rise for the playing of our national anthem. On the 30th of May, ready for the Monday opener. And there they go. Shanty Shack and Hutch are out for the lead. Leo and Royal wants to go, as does ASAP Restoration. Crypto Causeway, no pace despite stretching out. My Imagination in no hurry, likewise for Boys Code. So it is Shanty Shack establishing the lead from Hutch. ASAP Restoration from the inside. Leo and Royal stalking in the clear, 3 deep. It's a break of nearly 5 lengths to Crypto Causeway, 2.5. My Imagination, 2.5. Boys Code. So they race to the backstretch run, and Shanty Shack has the lead. Hutch stays close. Leo and Royal a little deep. ASAP Restoration gets that nice ground-saving trip. Break of nearly 6 lengths. Crypto Causeway, length and a half. My Imagination, 2.5. The Boys Code. 24 3/5. Shanty Shack and K-Burco all length. Leo and Royal 3 wide. Hutch is in the 2 path. ASAP Restoration along the inside. He's 4-3 off the lead. Crypto Causeway still 6 or 7 from the front. A length to My Imagination. 3 clear of Boys Code. And they race to the 3/8. 49 3 for the half. Here comes Leo and Royal after Shanty Shack. Here comes ASAP Restoration tipping off the inside, but he's under a fierce drive. Gonna have to pick it up. Hutch is back to 4th. Then Crypto Causeway. My Imagination has work to do. Boys Code's under pressure. Leo and Royal off the turn. Here's Leo and Royal hitting the front. Shanty Shack's got fight from the inside. ASAP Restoration not really responding. And then Crypto Causeway, Leo and Royal can't put away Shanty Shack. Leo and Royal, Shanty Shack, Leo and Royal. Leo and Royal in the opener for 2 in a row. Nice price at 7-2. Shanty Shack outran his odds. 8 cents to 10 cents super, $79.20. Second race, scratch the 6 Global Alert. The 5, a Michael Lillard of the early pick 3. And there they go. Looking grand, Collie Bullet. Here's Old Point showing good pace. She Speaks Well wants to go. Danny's a Cowboy. 5 of them are going. Collie Bullet from the rail. The last 2, Anointed Spirit and Michael Lee. So there is pace on Collie Bullet and Looking Grand. And Old Point's into the race early, stalking smartly. Got 2 in front of him and 4 behind him. From between runners, Anointed Spirit strides into the 4th spot. She Speaks Well is 5th. Michael Lee's 4 wide. And from the rail, Danny's a Cowboy. But there's pace on for the level, 24 3. Collie Bullet hustling along with Looking Grand. Old Point's getting the run of the race. Look at him, ideally situated up the backstretch, and he's inching closer already at the 5/8, within a length and a half. Here She Speaks Well with a middle move, trying to get into the scene from the far outside. Danny's a Cowboy, Pink Silks from the rail, Anointed Spirit in the 2 path. Michael Lee's far outside in the green. Collie Bullet, Old Point 3 wide, Looking Grand from between runners. These 3 get away from the others. Now it's about 6 lengths to She Speaks Well. Old Point and Collie Bullet Looking Grand back to 3rd. She Speaks Well's in the 4th position, and the others are doing nothing. Danny's a Cowboy, Anointed Spirit, and Michael Lee's. Old Point can't quite put away Collie Bullet just yet. Old Point has the lead. Collie Bullet tries to stick to him. Looking Grand 3rd, then She Speaks Well. Old Point has the lead at the 3/16. Collie Bullet from the inside. Looking Grand's trying to re-rally under left-handed Urgent. Now Old Point gets away from Collie Bullet. Looking Grand makes a move for second. Old Point 1-4. Old Point all aboard. Looking Grand re-rallies into second. Collie Bullet trying to hang on for third. He will. Big long shot. She Speaks Well at 76-1 to complete. Super 7218, $3.67. And there they go. Cage and Casanova and Almendro begin the best, and Lohengrin 2's off the pace this afternoon. From the inside is Never Early, then Banyan Breeze and America's Justice. So it is Almendro. Here's Lohengrin 2 now warming up to the task, and he picks up the pace from Cage and Casanova and Almendro. Never Early, Banyan Breeze, and America's Justice are third, fourth, and fifth up the backstretch run. And Lohengrin 2 was stalking early, made an eager move to the top spot. He's the leader at the 3/8. Cage and Casanova sticks to him, likewise for Almendro. Banyan Breeze tries to close into the race. He's fourth, 2.5 off the lead near the 5/16. A length back to Never Early. And America's Justice is at the back, and here's Cage and Casanova up to the front. Lohengrin 2, Almendro stuck out there in no man's land. Banyan Breeze tries to quicken in along with Never Early. Cage and Casanova, the one to beat at the 3/16. Banyan Breeze comes under left-handed urging. Then Never Early. Almendro got carried wide by Lohengrin 2, and here is Cage and Casanova. He absolutely loves a wet racetrack. He gets it again. Cage and Casanova, much the best. From Banyan Breeze, Never Early. Fourth and fifth involves Almendro and America. Race 3 is official. 3-2-1-5. The double 7-3, $7.30 already. And there they go. Quick start, Uncle Milty from the inside. That's My Business is showing some pace. Bally Rhythm, Remember Normandy, Jackson Bay amongst that group. Stormandy from the rail. And I'm going to Newport Mittens, Mobot, and John Davila Jr. takes Uncle Taco from the outside to the inside. And he's content to be the early trailer. Pace on up front with Uncle Milty, kept honest by That's My Business. Jackson Bay forwardly positioned. Stormandy makes a move for third from the rail. Remember Normandy's in the fifth position, 4 lengths off the lead. About 4.5 or 5 back to Uncle Taco, advancing along the inside. Bally Rhythm, Mobot, and Newport Mittens are the distant 3 trailers. And here comes Stormandy with a big opening along the rail. Uncle Milty's in the 2 path. That's My Business, 3 wide. Jackson Bay a little deep, 4 wide. Remember Normandy's midfield, and he's a little less than 4 lengths off the lead. 2 clear of Uncle Taco. The other 3 are far back. Mobot, Bally Rhythm, and Newport Mittens. Stormandy with this eager move up the backstretch. Uncle Milty still has some fight. Jackson Bay is third. That's My Business retreats. Remember Normandy strides into the 4th spot. Uncle Taco makes a move for 5th. Stormandy's the one to come and catch. Getting away from Uncle Milty and Jackson Bay. Remember Normandy's launching his charge, little deep entering the lane. Uncle Taco's picking up his stride from the inside. Stormandy was put into action very early. Can he get to the wire in time? Uncle Taco's showing promise along the inside. Remember Normandy to the far outside. Stormandy, and Remember Normandy. It's Stormandy in front. Another one for our leading jockey, Andre Worry. Nice ride. Put him into the race early up the inside. Remember Normandy second, then Uncle Taco, and look at Mobot from nowhere. Closing late, $159.50. 2610 trifecta, $261.25. Here's the big payer, the 10-cent super, 2610.7. And there they go. And Fast Fran has the lead all to herself. Crosstalk and Shane's Risk are not near the lead. Heartbusting Girl and Let's Maga vie for second and third. And here comes Shane's Risk, and here comes Crosstalk, taking their sweet time to warm up and try to tackle Fast Fran. Let's stick with this leading group. Fast Fran, Shane's Risk, Crosstalk from the rail, then Heartbusting Girl. Let's Maga's on the move, 3 wide heading into the turn. Graphite Duchess, 7 lengths from the front, a length and a half back to Joker's Run. And it's Fast Fran with the lead. Let's Maga's under a fierce drive, trying to get into contention. Fast Fran traveling well enough. She got away with that leisurely lead immediately out of the starting gate, and she has all the advantage. So it's Fast Fran, the one to come and beat. And chasing her is Let's Maga. Graphite Duchess tries to begin her move to the far outside. Joker's Run's trying to quicken in the two-path. Fast Fran with a big healthy lead. Joker's Run trying to make a move for second, currently held by Crosstalk. Then we're going to Graphite Duchess from the outside. Fast Fran, too sharp, and at 1-2. Everybody knew but me. Fast Fran, a big-time winner. Joker's Run at a nice Wilmot. 7-5 down to 1-2. Everybody knew about Fast Fran. Yeah, just about everybody. Race 5. And there they go. Unbridled's Reign is showing pace, but here is Dancer de Oro, the favorite, coming away with the top spot as expected. Flurry of Roses forwardly positioned from third. Ice Love is in the fourth spot. And then go to the Fabulous Moulin. Sweet Sensation, a late runner, is the last of 6. So Dancer de Oro and Raylu Gutierrez making the pace as expected. Unbridled's Reign is up close from second into the two-path, and Ice Love, the big gal, is third, and she's a little less than 3 off the lead heading to the backstretch run. About 3 lengths to Flurry of Roses, 6 lengths from the pace. More than a length to the Fabulous Moolah, 3.5 or 4 to Sweet Sensation. 25-1, a soft pace for Dancer de Oro. A length plus advantage to Unbridled's Reign, who stays very close. Ice Love's in the clear. She gets to stretch those big legs, and here she comes with her run. Flurry of Roses is more than 5 lengths from the big favorite. A break of 6 or 7 to Sweet Sensation beginning her bid inside of the Fabulous Moolah. Dancer de Oro 50-2, an even flow for the big favorite. And she opens up from Ice Love under a drive. Unbridled's Reign is third, then Flurry of Roses. Sweet Sensation is fifth, and the Fabulous Moolah's at the back. And it's all about Dancer de Oro at the quarter pole. She's the one to come and beat. Unbridled's Reign's been chasing the chalk the entire trip. Ice Love is flattened out a bit. She's back to third. Flurry of Roses tries to re-rally. Far outside, Sweet Sensation. Dancer de Oro still with the lead at the 16th. Ice Love reclaiming second. Flurry of Roses makes a move for third. Dancer de Oro wire to wire under Raylu Gutierrez. Ice Love was second. Then Flurry 5-2-7-1. And there they go. 5 destinations, and Your Man Will are showing good pace. Flowing River wants to go. Gotta Connect comes away in fourth. God Bless America's fifth from the inside. Then Tom's Legacy, Don Antonio, Triton's Creed, and American Halide is the last of all. And Flowing River's up to the front. 5 destinations as pace partner. Your Man Will is third, covering Gotta Connect and God Bless America. Tom's Legacy has about 8 or 9 lengths to make up. Break of 4 lengths to American Halide, 3 deep at the 3/8. Triton's Creed in front of him. Then Don Antonio, 22-1, a good pace from Flowing River. Right there with him, 5 destinations. Here comes Gotta Connect trying to pick up his stride. And God Bless America's also trying to quicken in. But it is Flowing River, the one to come and beat at the top of the lane. Flowing River getting away from 5 destinations. Gotta Connect comes under left-handed urging. He makes a move into second after his stablemate. And God Bless America tries to quicken up the inside. But it's Flowing River with a healthy lead at the 16th. God Bless America is second. Flowing River, look at him all the way down to 8-5. Late money told the tale here. And it's all about Flowing River. God Bless America was second, then 5 destined, $333.65. On to the 8th race, scratches 3, 4, and 8, 3, 4, and 8 out of the 8. The 1 BC Glory Days. And there they go. Cody's Express towards the tail. Pop Coyer's out for the lead, but there's Lieutenant Sam picking it up. And 10 Cent Towns making a move for second. And BC Glory Days is showing good zip from the inside after somewhat of a sluggish start. Pop Coyer broke the best. Now he's in the 4th position. 5 off the 2 leaders who rock and roll. I'm going to Captain of My Heart, Cody's Express, and Moon Hunter 4 wide as they rock and roll into the far turn run. Lieutenant Sam and BC Glory Days. 10 Cent Town now asked for his run, and here he comes, gaining ground on the top 2. He gets within 3 lengths, heading to the quarter pole with momentum. Captain of My Heart is 5.5 off the pace, and he's closing in steadily. I'm going to pop Coyer, Cody's Express, and Moon Hunter, and here comes 10 Cent Town. It is shaped up beautifully for him and Ray Gutierrez, and they glide up to the front. 10 Cent Town with the lead. Captain of My Heart to the outside. Pop Coyer making up a lot of ground from the rail, but it's 10 Cent Town with a comfortable lead in deep stretch. Doubles for Ray Gutierrez and Billy Morey. Pop Coyer, good-looking second. Then Captain of My Heart. Pleasant good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, a fast racetrack this afternoon. No carryovers. We have 8 races, and let's get right into the changes. Couple of overweights in the opener. Number 4, two-step Slew at 2 pounds over the weight. 5 Ganondagon, 1 pound over. Race 1 will start the early double and the early pick 4. Second race will kickstart the early pick 3 sequence, and we scratch 5 Devious Mo. Second race, scratch 5 Devious Mo. 6 Hey, it's Enrico Palazzo, 2 pounds over. Let's go to the third race. This race will start our pick 6, no carryover, $1 minimum wager, an old school style pick 6. 1 Don't Poke the Cat, 3 pounds over. 4 Nixon Joy, a jockey change to Cabercoa, new jockey for Nixon Joy. Waive the 10-pound apprentice allowance, corrected weight 120 pounds. 4 Nixon Joy has an additional workout 30th of June at New Haven Farm in Ocala, Florida. Good racetrack, 5/8, 1 minute 4 seconds breezing. 2:13 is the approximate post time for our Tuesday pick 6. Fourth race will start the Tuesday pick 5. Scratch 7 Tasty Wave, 7 Tasty Wave out of the 4th. Number 8 Bonfire Diva has an additional workout right here at Finger Lakes, 6th of July, fast track 3/8, 36.20 seconds breezing. Fifth race will commence our late pick 4. We have 3 scratches, 3, 5, and 8. Sweet Blindness, 40 Smooth, and Alicia's Way. 3, 5, and 8, Sweet Blindness, 40 Smooth, Alicia's Way, all scratched from the 5th. Late pick 3 gets underway in race 6. Scratch 5, Far Away Look, 5 Far Away Look out of race 6. Number 9, Beast from the East, 2 pounds over. 9 Beast from the East with an additional workout, 30th of June, New Haven Farm. Good racetrack, half mile, 52.30 seconds breezing. 7th race begins our late double, 8 Miss Pab, 2 pounds over the weight. And let's go to the nightcap. 1 Pretty Miss Penny, 2 pounds over. 3 jockey changes, 5, 6, and 7. The 5 Gone Oasis, Cabercoa 5 Gone Oasis in the nightcap. 6 Shul, new jockey Jose Rohina. 6 Shul. 7 Canceled Captivity, new jockey Michael Davila Jr., new jockey 7 Canceled Captivity. And the 5 Gone Oasis, 30th of June, NJF, good racetrack, 5/8, 1 minute 5.30 seconds breezing. So quite a few changes for our Tuesday card. Fast racetrack, 8 races. We'll start the day at 1:15. Sure hope you have a great day of racing. Up next, Dave Mattice.
Welcome everybody to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Expected to be finally a nice warm summer day out there today as we continue live racing. 1:15, of course, is the first post today. Yesterday we had our handicap challenge. Congratulations to our winners. It was William B. Can't say his full name without his permission, but congratulations to our winner of the handicapping contest. It seemed like Front Speed did pretty well on a drying out racetrack. We see that a lot here at Finger Lakes when it's sealed like that and it's drying out. It's tough to come from way back, and got the few of the short price favorites in. There's some logicals that won yesterday, but there are a couple tough ones too. So congratulations to him who won the contest. Had a few jockeys that had multiple win days. Ray Gutierrez, the great Ray Gutierrez, came here and had a couple wins. Jeremiah Flores had a big day with 2 wins, and so did our leading rider Andre Worry, having 2 victories on today's card. Well, the big thing coming up now is on Monday. It will be the New York Derby. Happens to be the 50th, our 50th anniversary of the running of the New York Derby. I shouldn't say it that way. It is the 50th running. I know they missed it a couple of years back in the 70s. But such great horses have come through running that New York Derby. Remember the great Fiorito, Tin Cup Chalice, who's still the only one to sweep all 3 legs. Of course, we have a horse going in this year that won the Mike Lee, the first leg of that Big Apple Triple. You also had David. I think that horse ran against graded stakes competition. With a name like David, had to be a good one. Fox Rules, a former Finger Lakes Horse of the Year, was in the New York Derby, won the New York Derby. Most memorable for me was Don Corleone, that big upset winner with local connections of Sal Iorio and Dino Freites. That was the most memorable New York Derby of the past. It'll take place Monday. Got Jose Ortiz listed on Maker's Candy, who's going to be a heavy favorite for that race after running in the Mike Lee Stakes and winning the Mike Lee Stakes. Actually, that horse ran in a Grade 3 the race before against 2 Phils. That's who won that race in the Grade 3. So that one is expected to be a big favor. Jose Ortiz, who just narrowly won the Belmont meet that just ended before they go to Saratoga, beating out his brother. He'll be here to ride. Maker's Mark, who looks to be the horse to beat in the New York Derby. Classy one. Okay, 8 races on today's card as we got 9 races tomorrow. But the first race is a 5,000 claimer, Exacta, Tri, Super, Daily Double, and Pick 4 starts in race number 1. Well, as mentioned, it was tough to come from out of it yesterday. If the track is anything like yesterday, this horse is not going to win. But Hero Tiger does look like the horse to beat in this race. Now, there is a lot of speed. Professor Dave does look like the main speed of the race, and he's shortening up to 5.5. So Hero Tiger's going to have to chase him down. But he comes out of good races. He ran second to Forward Motion, who's a drop down. He was in between 2 next out winners. And then the last race, in between 2 next out winners. I don't know when Massey Hall got good, but of course that one does like an off track and just moved at the right time by Stephen Fred as everybody started to get to him. Hero Tiger was one of them, but Special Story came out of that race for the Niz as well to win next time. So now it looks like it's Hero Tiger's turn. At least he, on paper, numbers-wise, he should beat these. The big question mark in this race, does Professor Dave control this pace? It is only 5.5. This is a better distance for Professor Dave, and that might have been the problem for this horse, is going 6 furlongs. Just can't really get out there to the clear lead. Didn't go that fast last time, and that really kept the speed in the race. I mean, Dr. Lloyd, who was the outside speed, ended up winning the race, and they did go slow, but the outside part of the track at that point of the day was better. And so Professor Dave probably cost himself the win. He needed to get out there and get off the rail. Well, the big thing is he's shortening up. All 3 of his career wins have come at 5.5 furlongs, and he looks to be the speed of the race. Now, Cavaradossi could make an early aggressive move. He has shown some speed in the past. He's been more of a sit-back, chase, and make a run type horse lately. Maybe he's just not as good as he was in the past. He's certainly not as quick. But maybe he's aggressive and gets out there and stays close up with Professor Dave early. He is coming off a win against a pretty soft group. Bowing Snowman, who just can't win going 6 furlongs. That one ran second, and the rest of them wouldn't hit the board against this field. So he didn't beat much last time, but he's got some back class, and he's got some tactical speed that gives him first run over Hero Tiger if he stays close up with Professor Dave. The 7th Blue Tail's another one that can stay close. He usually runs well fresh, so you really can't say, well, he needed the last. Maybe he did this year, as now at age 7, but he didn't have a great trip from the outside. Shorter field, but he's still on the outside, but he could be sharper for this race and could improve. 6-2-1-7 for me in race number 1. Second race, scratch the heavy favorite, Devious Mo. Maybe he was going to win so easy they wouldn't let him run. I got a horse that's a price morning line, and I'm looking at a race that was run back in June, and that was a day, the rail was no good, and speed got better on the outside as the day went on. It was an interesting way the track played, but it was a dead rail. And Magnificent Chrome was on it early, and so was Night Escort, was on it for most of the trip. So I would give Night Escort the biggest excuse for that race just because of where he was on the track. And now add to it, that pace was slow. I just mentioned Dr. Lloyd out there basically on an easy lead as slow as they went, 47 and change, and he was on the outside the better part of the track, so Dr. Lloyd was able to win the race. Tucka Buckaway ran a big race that day trying to close ground, but again, it was a dead rail day, so the outside was going to have the better running. And that was kind of against it for Night Escort, who was down on the inside. And the other excuse is it was his first start of the year. He may have needed that race as well. And you just look back to last year's form. He won at the 11-9 level when dropping, beat a decent field. When the previous race, when he went 5.5, I think it was the last time he went 5.5, was against Zircon. What would Zircon do to this field? So I'm going to give him an excuse. He was a beaten favorite. I mean, he was a lukewarm favorite last time. He was supposed to do better than what he did. But he's got the same type of horses today with a race under his belt. Again, I got some closers today. I'm really hoping that the track is fair. Yeah, I'm handicapping for a fair racetrack. Now that it's dried out, we should see the track become a little more fair. The reason it was more speed yesterday is it was sealed, it was wet early, and it was drying out. When it's sealed like that, generally here at Finger Lakes, we do get a track that may be more favorable to the speed types. We got a regular fast racetrack today, so would expect it to be a little more fair for all running styles. I always say may the best horse win. The 2-horse preferred outcome, yeah, horse finishes second a lot. Just simply found a field he could beat last time, and they got the right kind of trip. And I don't know, I mean, this is a little tougher field today. You got Night Escort, of course, ran against better in the past. Magnificent Chrome has had his excuses. Tucka Buckaway ran a good race. So there's some horses that are a little bit better, but preferred outcome runs to his competition and always runs second. So I'm not going out on a limb. When a horse has got 21 seconds in his career, I'm going to put him second. That's simple handicapping logic. Magnificent Crone's another one. I think he needs to be a little more aggressive than what he was last time, but some of it is, I mean, he said it broke slow. I mean, yeah, a little sluggish at the start. I think all the inside horses, it seems like sometimes the outside breaks faster than the inside group. And Magnificent Chrome just didn't really get out there and ended up in a little bit tight on the rail. If you watch him early, he's kind of checking a little bit in the early stages of that race. No real major excuse because he was up close to Dr. Lloyd, and he had a chance to chase after him, and he just didn't change positions. And it could have a lot to do with how slow they went up front. You know, Tucka Buckaway probably ran the better race that day. But I see, as far as the pace scenario here, I'm not really sure what Harrison Knows is going to do. I mean, I'm not sure I understand the tactics last time. Maybe it worked out a little bit. I mean, Special Story was much the best. Special Story should have been 3-5 in there. I don't know who was betting Harrison Knows. Maybe it was one of those things, hey, we're going to try something different today. We're going to win. I don't know. I just don't understand how that Harrison Knows could be that heavy a favorite. That's still a head scratcher to me to this day. I mean, we've seen some favorites this year. Harrison Knows was not one that should have been even money in that race for any reason. And he still ran well. I thought he ran well to be second, considering he stalked and made a run. He just wasn't going to beat Special Story, who was the one that should have been 3-5 even money in there. I don't know. That one's still a head scratcher to me. He's got speed. I would expect him to show more speed. If he doesn't show speed, I would think the advantage goes to Magnificent Chrome if Magnificent Chrome decides to be a little more aggressive today out of the gate, and that could be big. So the key to the race is, are they trying to do something different with Harrison Nose, or are they just going to go to the front end with this horse at 5.5? I don't know. You know, horse in their 26th start isn't a time to change tactics. The 7, Tuck a Buck Away, look for this one to be closing late. Again, ran pretty well considering the pace last time closing ground. Again, depends on what Harrison Nose does. I don't see a ton of pace in race number 2, but usually consistently in the top 4. So I'm going to put him fourth. 1, 2, 3, 7. The old 1, 2, 3. Third race starts the $1 pick 6. And it's a starter allowance race. I was actually very impressed. And I get 2 of them in here for the price of 1. But I was impressed by Don't Poke the Cat's last race. They did not go fast at all. They controlled the pace. It's like the 2 speed horses, basically, including Royal Suspect, opened up a big lead on the field, and they weren't going that fast. So it took all the closers out of the race. So keep in mind, it was a pretty good field for the starter allowance level. I mean, you look at some of the horses that were in there, but you say, I mean, Coach Bahi and Royal Suspect, they were just controlling the pace. Not only controlling the pace, they put lengths on the rest of the field. Don't Poke the Cat was really the only one that closed ground on those 2 leaders. The only one. And he was making up a lot of ground late to be second. That was a big effort considering the lead that they had in the pace that they had for that day. And you get another good one in Trivista with this entry. Very well bred. The Dams by Cherokee Run, I mean, this one is a half to 2 stakes winners. It does have some more seconds than wins, but still has 9 wins in his career. And has run against better competition than what he'll face here. But again, it's first time over the track. Good in the money percentage at the distance for Trivista. I like the Elmar Loaiza entry in race number 3. I used the 5, a little bit of a price for Torelli the Niz for second. Ran into Uno in the slot back on June 14th. Nobody was going to beat Uno in that condition on June 14th. It was just too good for the starter allowance. And Uno, let's face it, Uno would beat these by the same margin, no doubt. Something went awry, but no doubt. Would probably be 1-9 in here after that race. Last race, yeah, I mean, I don't really have a major excuse. Kind of chase. I know they didn't go that fast early. Can we forgive the last race for Fire's finale? Maybe that's the key here. If you could forgive the last race, and I'm looking at the previous 2 starts, I mean, this horse isn't that badly beaten in that race with Uno, that maybe he could bounce back with another race. But again, you got to, his other race was very good. He dominated. So you just hope that he's not tailing off after 2 good races. Maybe he bounced a little bit. I know it was a couple weeks, but maybe he bounces back here with a good effort. I'm going to go with Fire's finale for second. Royal Suspect, the morning line favorite, deserves to be the favorite based on the fact that the horse beat these horses last time, won the condition. I don't see it as the same race, though. Maybe. I mean, if this horse is just going that good, and he can get the lead in here from that outside position and control the pace, can make it 2 in a row. And why not? I mean, if the track's like yesterday, and if that horse gets out there, he's going to be tough. And I thought he ran a big race. It was the best race he's run, obviously, this year. Maybe he's just coming around. Should be even be able to go further by Animal Kingdom. The 2-horse runabout is a tricky read in here. You talk about a good in the money percentage. This horse has made 69 starts. What is it, like 43 times in the money? I mean, something that's really good. I mean, the horse is always there against good competition. Put up a 76 buyer when he ran third against 10,000 claimers, actually 16,000 claimers. The last 2 starters hasn't run at all. There's a horse by Oxbow. He's going to be, if this horse runs to his breeding, he's going to be tough in here. But the last couple races for runabout aren't that good. Maybe the change of scenery could certainly help. I'm going to go the 1, 5, 6, and 2 in the third. Again, that starts the $1 pick 6. We've got 8 races today, so we're back to normal. Pick 6 in the third, pick 5 in the fourth. Pick 4 in the 5th, just the way I like it. Scratch the 7, Tasty Wave. Then you can win them all. You just get to the last race. What was a pick 4 pay? The pick 5, the pick 6, got them all going. That's the way you want to have it. Got Our Little Tiger is an interesting one. And here's another one that's a price. I think I got a couple Buckley horses that are prices today. No respect for John Buckley and Kevin Navarro today with a couple of these horses that look tough, especially Our Little Tiger. This one comes out of a couple races. I know he's getting well beaten the last 2 times, but you got to look a little deeper in those races when you look at the fact that he's losing by 15 and 12 lengths. 15 and 12 lengths in those races would probably win this race. And I'm not exaggerating here. 'Cause You're Pretty would beat this field. He lost by 12 to 'Cause You're Pretty. 'Cause You're Pretty would beat these by 20. That puts him as the winner. Sandy's Garden. How much would Sandy's Garden beat these horses by? Yeah, she lost by 15. So what? She lost to Sandy's Garden. You know, either one of those horses would just gallop against this field. It's that simple. But I guess there's still a question about how good is she. I mean, I guess it's frustrating. You have 2 starts, you lose by double digits, you drop down to 11 and 9 to avoid horses like Sandy's Garden, 'Cause You're Pretty. So don't blame them. But at 11 and 9, I think this horse should be awfully tough, and obviously at least be a little bit closer than with 'Cause You're Pretty and Sandy's Garden, who are just absolute monsters in the filly and mare division. Bastet will arrive here and come back here. Already has a win over the track. Keep in mind, Bastet ran against the boys last time at Belmont. Just an impossible spot. I don't know who was betting this horse. Horse went off at odds of 8 to 1. Maybe they need to be more informed and say, hey, this horse is running against the boys. This isn't a filly and mare race. What are you going to do? And before that, had hit the board 2 times in a row against those 14. So I guess they fooled him, put him in the wrong spot. Well, she's back in against fillies and mares today, and that puts her close against our 11 and 9s. It should anyway. And she's got some tactical speed. My only issue is the distance. She's not good overall going 6 furlongs. She's less than 50% in the money at 3/4 with only the 1 win. So that could be an issue for Bastet. But she should be awfully tough against these horses, going again back against the girls. The 4, Pretty Miss Keynes. Is this horse just getting good? I was surprised. This horse took a lot of money, and she was life or death to win, to hold off Sweet Sugar Baby, who ran a good race, and she took advantage of the pace flow. But, man, I would not have taken even money. I mean, it's always a good bet when it wins. But I would not have taken even money on Pretty Miss Keynes last time. She won. A little tougher today. And the pace isn't that strong that you got to consider her right back. But it is a little bit tougher field. The 6, Going, Gone, comes out of a good race, won by Small Pebbles. I mean, there's some races this year that are just absolute singles, as you should call it. Small Pebbles was one of them. I'm talking about, you look at some of these fillies that were running in some of these races, fillies and mares. Sandy's Garden, 'Cause You're Pretty. Who's going to beat those horses in those conditions? Nobody. And then when Small Pebbles, who's a stakes winner, drops down to 11 and 9, I think that other Purple Haze Stable horse did the same thing, and just won easy. I mean, what are you going to do? And then you say, well, she just lost by 2 lengths. Well, she lost by 2 lengths to Small Pebbles, so she fits nicely here because Small Pebbles isn't in the race. Another one to consider in race number 4. 5th race, we scratched the 3, Sweet Blindness, the 5, 40 Smooth, and the 8, Alicia's Way. It's an optional claiming allowance. You got 10,000 is the tag. I think Sabrine is the only one left that's in for the tag. The rest are all in for the allowance condition. I was flip-flopping. I thought Charge Nurse could be the inside speed. By the way, Charge Nurse is not going to be 6 to 1 in this race. She's a Stone Cold Ice is another one that'll have some tactical speed going along. I just like the breeding on She's as Cold as Ice. I know, and they're pretty equal with Charge Nurse and She's as Cold as Ice. They've run against each other. I like the last race for She's as Cold as Ice. I know the pace was somewhat slow, but she outkicked Gone and Forgotten, and that's big. I know it was Gone and Forgotten's first start off the layoff, and maybe it wasn't as sharp off of the layoff. She was the top filly or mare last year, talking about Gone and Forgotten. But keep in mind, no chalk couldn't have got a better trip. I mean, that horse, it's like the Red Sea splitting on the inside as that horse was able to get an easy trip right to the winner's circle. And she's as cold as ice, still close ground. I know it wasn't a threat, as No Chalk won pretty easy after that trip, but she did beat Gone and Forgotten. So maybe she's a horse at age 4 now that could be improving. Obviously, she's a Stone Cold Fox, the top 2-year-old New York bred female that we've had, maybe ever. How about that 3-year-old New York bred filly that Jeremiah had that's now in the hand, now is his assistant that's training her. Man, that horse is incredible. But she's as cold as ice, got that one on top. Charge Nurse, she should run a lot better than what she did last time. She got Tightener at Belmont in that allowance race, no shot in there. Now she means business. I mean that horse just drew away to a dominant win. I mean, the winner was out there with Tuscanova Beauty. We know how good Tuscanova Beauty was. Put Tuscanova Beauty away and just was opened up in the stretch. So the margin of defeat, not as bad as it looks for Charge Nurse last time, goes her best distance today. All 3 wins have come at this particular distance. It all depends on the pace. I would expect Saloon Girl to be out there with her, and she's as cold as ice, might be able to be the one to get the trip. Sabrina used for 3rd. She's not the same horse as last year, but she's getting closer. 4-2-7 in race number 5. 6th race, Scratch the 5. Far Away Look, a horse that I liked in there. But that one scratched, so doesn't matter. Ugh. Don't really love anybody in this race. And I'm just going by the numbers. If Florida Endeavor can keep his form coming off the layoff for 6 furlongs, he could win. Now, he's gone 3/4 before. He seems like he's a little bit better going long. Seems that way. It might be just a little bit easier competition going long, too. He can go long or short. I'm concerned about the layoff being off this long for Florida Endeavor, but he's better than these horses. It's that simple. And here's a horse that's been stakes placed and always hits the board. Doesn't have a win at 6 furlongs, and I think anybody that's playing against him has to look at that. But this is the easiest field in a while that Florida Endeavor has faced, maybe ever that Florida Endeavor's faced. So maybe if he's not at his sharpest, he can still get beat. But you got to think at 5,000, this horse has got to be tough. War of Thrones is better than what he looks on paper. War of Thrones, we'll give him an excuse last time. He didn't have a very good trip. And then the race before, he ran into Conformist, who's just way too good for $5,000 claimers. And War of Thrones was off the layoff that day, too. I mean, Conformist is another one. I talk about horses that were absolute singles and pick 4s and pick 5s. I mean, Conformist is another one that's a stakes winner that was in for a waiver claim, and sometimes you'll get that. And in a beaten 5,000 of that level, how's War of Thrones going to beat that horse? So you give him that. Massey Hall is much improved. We'll see Hero Tiger run earlier today. And he did not have a good trip last time. He makes his 3rd start off the layoff. This horse plays. The one horse is Devious Banker, more of an underneath type, winless at the distance. And, well, he's just one that finishes 2nd, 3rd, and 4th a lot behind horses anyway. The 6th horse is a huge checkpoint. Speaking of horses that don't want to win, he made it interesting. I actually thought he always looks for competition late. He's better going long, but when he dropped to 5,000 in those conditional claimers, even the lifetimes, he's in for the 4 lifetime, but you got to move at the right time with this horse. He's an interesting horse. I remember when Rachel Sells had him. In those route races, he ran against some really good competition here. Always looked like the winner, and then likes to run behind horses. He did the same thing last time, and it looked like Take the Edge went by him, but somehow he won that photo. I'm going to go the 2-7-1-6 in the 6th. 7th race I thought was one of the toughest of the day. The 7th race is an allowance race, a good allowance race, non-winners of a state bred. And the interesting thing about this race is it's a 1.70 miles, and you got a bunch of horses that don't have a lot of route experience. And that makes this race really difficult to handicap. I mean, you can look at the breeding, and you can look at some of their past races, but when they've had limited experience going long, it makes it tougher. And you can look at the record, but the record doesn't always tell the story because sometimes it's the competition they're up against as well. Captivating Cara has run against the best competition. And at least she's got some recent mile races, but she doesn't have a lot of route experience. She's only got 4 route races in her career. Of course, the good thing about that is she's won one and got second in the other, and the numbers are good. That's a lot to like for Captivating Kara. And you look at the competition in here. Pave My Way wins when Pave My Way's loose. I don't know if she's going to be loose. Daredevil Bull is a good one. I don't know. The route is a concern. She's had 1 route attempt, and she got second in it, but it wasn't a big number. It was early in her career, too. Honorable Lily's not really bred for the distance, but she's 1 for 1 at the distance. Wasn't a big number. She didn't beat much. Lady Tuflisburg was the one I took second because she's an interesting one. She's had 2 route attempts. Again, not big numbers in the routes, but she's got a first and a third in her 2 route attempts. She should have some good early speed, too. I thought she was a big top 3 threat. She comes out of some good races and sprints. It's just a matter of handling the distance, but she's proven she can. The 3, Daredevil Bull, has got good numbers for the distance, got a good trainer in David Iola. And again, has that 1 route attempt early in her career. I just think this horse is sharp right now, that if she can get the distance, she can win. Trivia kind of took advantage of the pace flow last time, and she was getting to her late. And they'll throw in Pave My Way. Again, Pave My Way can win if Pave My Way can either control the pace in a slow pace or get out there loose. If this horse gets pressed, she normally doesn't win. She hits the board a lot, though, against this type of competition. She'll hold on for a share. 7-6-1-2. Or 3-2, sorry. See, my 3 looks like 1s. 7-6-3-2. 8th race, a maiden claimer, 5,000, 5.5 furlongs, exacta try, and super offered in race number 8. And here's the thing. Midnight Mindset's the best horse in this race. Who's going to beat Midnight Mindset? Only Midnight Mindset beats Midnight Mindset, and she does it often. She gets out there, she looks for competition, it always looks like she's going to win, and then she doesn't. Well, she ran into Bad Connection last time. We'll give her that. It was a sloppy track. Keep in mind, though, also, she ran against the 11 and 9s last year. Now she's in against the 5s. Obviously, you don't have a lot of faith in Midnight Mindset, but you look at the competition, and she might just win by default. The 8 horse, because of the Brave I used for second, she gets a little bit of class relief, although those are basically bottoms at Presque Isle last time. But she's not that badly beaten against special weights in 11 and 9s here at Finger Lakes. 1 of 2 in here for Dylan and Matt Clark. The 4, Sweet Tooth Sue, we know the story on Sweet Tooth Sue. Say Midnight Mindset doesn't win a lot. Sweet Tooth Sue hits the board a lot, doesn't win much. Of course, ran into a horse that was lone speed and was a much the best horse last time. So ignore the margin of defeat last time. The 3 horse Sly Sloan drops, and that should help. Takes the weight off, draws inside with a 3 post, and yeah, not a good trip last time. Let's draw a line through it, and the race before at least puts her in the number. 2-8-4-3 in the 8th. Remember, only 8 today. So get in there and hammer. Put your money down and win some money on this Tuesday card. We're going to continue live racing Monday through Wednesday. Next live day will be tomorrow with that 1:15 first post. We'll see you then.
Racing fans, we are currently 5 minutes away until the opener. We have a hot afternoon here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, so we will be having abbreviated post parades. Just take note, abbreviated post parades due to the hot weather. Make sure to get those wagers in very early. Abbreviated post parades for the Tuesday card. Race 1 on the Tuesday program, sprinting, 5.5 furlongs, 3-year-olds and up, now winners of 2 races in the past year, $5,000 claimers. Number 4, two-step Slew, 2 pounds over the weight. Number 5, Ganondagon, 1 pound over. A fast racetrack. Race 1 will start the early double and the early pick 4, post time in less than 4 minutes. Here's the field. Number 1, Cavaradose. John Davila Jr., second choice at 5-2. 2 is Professor Dave Kaberkoa. Up next will be number 3, Lover's Leap, looking for his 9th career victory. Joel Cruz is the jockey. 4, two-step Slew, Giovanni Paredes. Here's the 5, Ganondagon with Carlos Barbosa. 6 is Hero Tiger. He's the favorite, even money, Jose Baez. And the 7 is Smooth Tails, Emmanuel Di Diego. Couple of minutes until the Tuesday opener. Hot summer afternoon here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Track announcer Tony Kalo up here in the booth. We have 8 races, a fast racetrack. Let's talk about this Tuesday opener. I like it when these grizzled, salty veterans get to the winner's circle after they haven't been there in quite some time. And I'm hoping that Cavaradose will take advantage with this renewed confidence and rattle off 2 in a row. I don't see a tremendous amount of pace here in the opener. Professor Dave can be forwardly positioned. Smooth Tails perhaps from the far outside. Ganondagon likes to show early speed, but if you really look at Cavaradose, he has the ability to make the pace from the inside. Once again, here is an 8-year-old with lots of past class. He's made $162,000. Once upon a time, he was a very powerful winner here at Finger Lakes in early June of 2021 when he won by 14 lengths in a very nice starter allowance race. The Connections thought so much that they stepped him up, trying to win a very salty allowance race. He ran into some of the best sprinters on the grounds. Tommy the Torch back then was pretty good. Flying Emperor, Ladies Golden Guy, they are still buzzsaws. Cavaradose then did not get to the races for quite some time. He's been able to string together 3 consecutive races, and he's gradually improved with each and every start, and most recently, he put it all together. Now, I know the horse he beat doesn't like to get to the winner's circle, but still, maybe this 8-year-old gelding found some confidence that he was lacking, and maybe he can rattle off 2 in a row. I figured Hero Tiger would take all the money. Let's try to go with a logical horse that has a good chance to post a little bit of an upset. The 1, Cavaradose, my top pick here in our Tuesday opener. Hero Tiger looks very solid for this $5,000 level. Back-to-back second-place finishes. Very good effort on the 13th of June. Now the question will be, how far back will he be early? The track has been somewhat forwardly advantaged of late. Yesterday, speed was very, very prominent and successful throughout our Monday card. Speed was good last Wednesday. Hero Tiger at a short price with his running style, 3-4. He's logical, but I'll make him my second pick. 7 Smooth Tails is a little intriguing. He has outside pressing speed. He could get a nice stalking trip from the far outside. I thought he'd run a little better in his comeback bid on the 20th of June. I'm willing to give him another look. He is currently on the board at 9-1, offering a little bit of value. He has run some races that have been pretty good in the past that would make him somewhat competitive against both the 1 and the 6. After that, the 2, Professor Dave. Caber Co. is having a tremendous 2023. The thing I like about Caber, he has such a good clock in his head that he can recognize a soft pace. He can recognize a fast pace. That is very good when you have a jockey that has that kind of a clock. He has the ability to get Professor Dave into the race, whether the pace is slow or the pace is fierce. 1-6-7-2 here in the opener. Can Cavaradose continue with this confidence? I'm hoping that the 27th of June built up his morale and he's all pumped up to rattle off 2 in a row. 1-6-7-2 for me in our Tuesday opener. As far as the early daily double, going to kind of stick with the same theme with a salty veteran getting to the winner's circle and perhaps finding some confidence. Number 2, Preferred Outcome, my top pick in race 2. The horses are approaching the starting gate. It's post time for the Tuesday opener. Big favorite, the 6, Hero Tiger, 3-5. Now he's 3-4. 3-4, Hero Tiger. 5-2, number 1, Cavaradose. The 2, Professor Dave, the 3rd selection at 9-2. Cavaradose looking for 2 in a row. He's the first of 7 into the gate. There's Professor Dave. Lover's Leap. It's a big price for Lover's Leap. He's been off form in 2023. He's run some big races in the past. He's looking for his 9th career victory. 2-step slew moving forward. Next will be Ganondagon. So the big long shots situated to the middle portion of the starting gate. The big favorite, Hero Tiger, looking for his 9th career trip to the winner's circle. And the Murphs, Smooth Tails, to the outside. A field of 7 ready for the Tuesday opener. And there they go. Smooth Tails with a quick start. Professor Dave is showing pace. Also up close is Cavaradose from the inside. Ganondagon comes away running in 4th. 2-step slew makes a move for that spot. Lovers leaps from the rail. And Hero Tiger, the big favorite, is the last of 7. And he's a little more than 6 lengths from the front. Professor Dave and Smooth Tails, Cavaradose working into a nice tracking trip along the inside. 2.5 to find heading into the turn. 2.5 for 3 to Smooth Tails. Hero Tiger's going to have to giddy up from the far outside. Ganondagon's in the 2-path, and Lover's Leap is the last of all. And it's Professor Dave with the top spot. Cavaradosi's beginning his bid along the inside. Smooth Tails still has the second spot. Hero Tiger with a wide journey, but he's winding up. It's Professor Dave with the lead, turning into the lane. Hero Tiger from the extreme outside continues with his run. Caveradosi not really quickening. Professor Dave, Hero Tiger, and here comes my hero. Hero Tiger to the outside at 3-5. Hero Tiger, maybe the public's hero at 3-5. Hero Tiger from Professor Dave, and we'll need a photo for the show. And the 7-year-old is really in good form right now. Back-to-back runner-up efforts and a powerful stretch run under Jose Baez. And the public's hero, Hero Tiger, at 3-5 in our Tuesday opener. Number 2, Professor Dave, checked in a second. And we need a photo for the show, though. 1 minute 5 and 94/100ths, the final running time. Three Lovers Leap and a big number up for third. Fourth place to the 1, Caveradosi. Little Foo Fighters in the opener. Here comes my hero, Hero Tiger. His 9th career victory. 7-year-old dark bay or brown gelding by Hero of Order out of the Damn Cool Reception. Owned by Greg O'Donnell. Shuffle Up and Deal with Stacy Torelli and the Niz. Winning jockey, Jose Baez. Kentucky bred by Vartan Vartanov. And the opener's in the books. Officially 6-2-3-1. That exacta $19.20. The trifecta $23.62. The 10-cent super $8.37. Second race, scratch the 5, Devious Mo. 6, hey, it's Enrico Palazzo, 2 pounds over. Our second race will start the early pick 3, post time in about 22 minutes. Fans, this Monday, July 17th, it's the 50th running of the New York Derby. Start spreading the news this Monday, the New York Derby, here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack.
in the paddock for race number 2. No big surprises in the first. It was just a question of could Hero Tiger run down the lone speed of Professor Dave, and well, Professor Dave got out there and was very good at 5.5, but Hero Tiger just too good, was able to run that one down. So the two main rivals run 1-2, and you're going to have to accept a small exacta, but that's the way it is. Jose Baez for Torelli and the Niz. The second race, a 5,000 claimer. Horse have not won 2 races since the date, goes the distance of 5.5 furlongs. Start with the one Night Escort, just on the drop in class, or sorry, just on the back class of Night Escort, makes this one a player. He had the one start this year, was in for the waiver claim against these type of horses last time, and they walked up front. And Dr. Lloyd was the one on the outside speed that won the race, and nothing really came up the rail that day, and the inside was not that good, and that's where Night Escort was. So, plus he broke not that great. I mean, I wouldn't say that was the reason that he ran so poorly, mainly because he was on the bad part of the track. Now, second start off the layoff, this horse has been running against tougher throughout his career before dropping to 5,000 at the end of last year, making him eligible for that waiver claim. I would expect this horse to bounce back and have a good effort against these rivals. If you liked him last time, you wouldn't take 6-1 on him today. Well, right now, he's at odds of 5-2. You would take 6-1 on him today. The 2-horse is Preferred Outcome, and we all know the deal on Preferred Outcome. He finishes second. He just found a field he could beat last time with other horses that don't like to win. I mean, you got Cavaradossi. He wasn't as good as the horses in the first race. You got Bowing Snowman, who can't win going 6 furlongs, even 5.5. He runs second. And, you know, Preferred Outcome beat those horses that day, but normally he just goes second every time, and comes off a little bit of freshening since finally breaking through against an easier field. And you got to think that he's a big top 3 threat in here, but not much faith in him as far as to win. The outside horse is getting all the play right now. That's the 7 Tuck a Buck Away, and he did run a good race last time, considering that, you know, Massey Hall opened up the lead, and then they all got to him late. It was actually, you know, Stephen Frett deserves a lot of credit for that win, as he moved at the right time with Massey Hall, who did like the off track, but they were all right there at the wire, and Tuck a Buckway ran a good race. If you're playing him, you're probably more impressed by his race before, when he just missed against Dr. Lloyd when they went slow up front. I know it was a bad inside day and he was outside, but he still closed ground on a slow pace, and that was a good effort for Tuck a Buckaway. He's not out of it, but he's another one. A lot more seconds than first, so it's tough to take 3-2 on Tuck a Buckaway. And you got a few horses like that in here. The 3-horse is Magnificent Chrome. He was on the inside for some of that trip in that race as well. Again, he was kind of checked a little bit. He was in tight early on the inside behind the speed, and he never really got going. But the thing is, he was only a couple lengths out of it in the late stages. He had full aim on the leader, Dr. Lloyd, and just didn't make up any ground. And it may have a lot to do with the pace more than anything. But this horse is always right there. Another top 3 threat for Magnificent Chrome. Definitely a player in here. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts in race number 2. We scratch the 5, Devious Mo.
Second race, 5.5 furlongs, $5,000 claimers. It's a repeat of the opener. 3-year-olds and up, non-winners of 2 races in the past year. Scratch 5, Devious Mo. 6, Hey, it's Enrico Palazzo, 2 pounds over. Fans be advised, one night escort will be equipped with blinkers at the starting gate. Second race commences the early pick 3. Post time in about 4 minutes. Let's meet the field, beginning with the one night escort, Kevin Navarro. 2, Preferred Outcome, Luis Perez. 3 is Magnificent Chrome, Andre Worry. 4, Skip the Parade, scratch the 5. 6, Hey, it's Enrico Palazzo, Giovanni Paredes. 7 is Tuck a Buck Away, Jackie Davis. Skipping the Parade, the 4, Harrison Knows, Michael Davila Jr. That's the field of 6. Race 2 starting the early pick 3, 3 minutes away. All right, let's repeat the opener, fans. Similar condition here. Non-winners of 2 races in the past year, $5,000 claimers. Field of 6 after the scratch. And unfortunately, my strategy didn't prevail in the opener with a salty veteran getting to the winner's circle and finding some renewed confidence. Cavaradose with a somewhat flat 4th, in my opinion, from our Tuesday opener. Still going to stick with that same theory here with the 2, Preferred Outcome. A little bit of cause for concern. Cavaradose beat up on Bowing Snowman. That's the same horse Preferred Outcome just beat up on. But I will say this, there are no Hero Tigers in this second division of this $5,000 non-winners of 2 in the past year. Hero Tiger really had an impressive resume and a lofty bankroll. That is not the case here. Preferred Outcome's the horse that has the very nice resume and the huge bankroll. In fact, he's a little similar to Hero Tiger with his amount of victories versus his runner-up efforts. I've always liked Preferred Outcome. Once upon a time, he had some real good past class here. He was a very nice allowance horse for many years in his younger days, and he's made quite a living for himself at this $5,000 condition. I mean, look at last year. Even though he only won 1 race, he earned $33,000, just under $33,000. Now, he did run second on 8 occasions. He's off to that same trend again this year with 2 seconds and a victory here in his 3 outings here at Finger Lakes. I like the fact that he's very versatile. He can be somewhat forwardly positioned. He's a nice racehorse. The price is getting a little light on the board, but I'm hoping that my theory from races 1 and 2 can at least get me 50% for the first 2. Gonna go with the 2, Preferred Outcome, my top pick. 3, Magnificent Chrome. He defeated Preferred Outcome on the 9th of May. He's had a little trouble with the starting gate in his last 2. Jostled at the start on the 23rd of May. Broke slowly on the 20th of June. He's reunited with our leading jockey, Andre Worry. Figures to get a nice tracking trip, and his price at 5-2. He's one of the contenders, no question about it. He already beat my top pick 3 races ago. Let's see how he gets out of the starting gate this afternoon. Reunited with Andre, looking for his second winner of the season, Magnificent Chrome. 4, Harrison Knows. He runs some freaky races from time to time. Look at that race back on the 31st of October. Was that a trick or was that treat on Halloween? He won by an authoritative 6 1/4 lengths. He was well respected. He defeated a pretty decent little horse named Town Jack. You know, once upon a time, Harrison Knows was just nothing but a free wheeler. He has learned how to ration his energy through the early stages as he's gotten up there in years. But when he's on his game, he goes to the front. There's not a tremendous amount of pace in this spot. Maybe Harrison Knows goes back to those freewheeling tactics. He's currently at 6-1, a little intriguing. And then you get the one night escort. You know, Windy Lee Farm and John Buckley have done really good the last couple of years spotting their horses. Here's the horse on the 20th of June who was protected in this condition and was sent off as the 2-1 favorite for his first start as a 5-year-old. Didn't really run a lick that afternoon, broke slow and just never got involved. His price on the board right now is a 6-1. The one thing I will say is when he was victorious in early of October for that 11 N3L, look who he defeated, Oliver's Fortune. Oliver's Fortune is still an N3L, and he runs for $5,000. Now, Production Credit's a decent horse who has captured the 11,000 N3L, and he's in a week from today for an 11,000 non-winners of 4 lifetime with another condition. But the horse he defeated, Oliver's Fortune, still running for that 5,000 N3L. I got to hold that against Night Escort. But I will say this, he is 6-1, so he's getting a lot more value than he did in his comeback bid. Can Preferred Outcome, the salty veteran, make it 2 in a row? We'll know in about a minute. Nearing the gate. It's post time for the second race, number 2, Preferred Outcome. Even money on the board. 3, Magnificent Chrome, 3-1. The 7, Tuck a Buck Away, 7-2. Night Escort is in. Here comes Preferred Outcome looking for his 10th career victory. Magnificent Chrome. He defeated Preferred Outcome on the 9th of May. Andre Worry was in the saddle that afternoon. Andre is back aboard Magnificent Chrome, 3-1 the second choice. There's Harrison Nose looking for his 7th career score. Hey, it's Enrico Palazzo. And then Tuck a Buck Away, well respected to the outside draw, 3-1 on the board. They're at the post. And there they go. And Preferred Outcome wins the start, but he will concede the lead to Harrison Nose. Night Escort got a much better start this afternoon. He contests the pace from the rail. In fact, he's picking it up. Night Escort claiming the top spot. Harrison Nose is second. Hey, it's Enrico Palazzo third. Preferred Outcome with 3 targets to chase. Magnificent Chrome flanks him. Tuck a Buck Away, a late runner, is the last of 6. Night Escort, Harrison Nose. Hey, it's Enrico Palazzo pressing 3 wide. Preferred Outcome from the inside with 3 to find. Magnificent Chrome with a much better path to the leader line from the far outside. Preferred Outcome will have to overcome some traffic with that inside positioning. Nothing yet from Tuck a Buck Away. Harrison Nose, Night Escort. Far outside, Magnificent Chrome. And Preferred Outcome is still looking for somewhere to go now. Tips to the far outside. Magnificent Chrome. Preferred Outcome trying to gear up. Night Escort running a big one from the inside. Harrison Nose gives way. Night Escort and Magnificent Chrome. Preferred Outcome to the stand side. Night Escort keeps on chugging. Night Escort. Omaha 100 career victories. That's Night Escort, Magnificent Chrome, Preferred Outcome. Farther back, Harrison Nose, Tuck a Buck Away. And hey, it's Enrico Palazzo. Omaha, a groom for John Buckley. 100 victories since he's joined Team Buckley. Might be the first time I've ever given a groom that kind of a call, but you gotta love Omaha. Quite a character. He's been sitting on this 100th career victory under John Buckley's training since he joined that great team. It is Night Escort with a big run along the inside. He's the unofficial winner. Second place to the 3, Magnificent Chrome. 2, Preferred Outcome checks in third. Need a photo for fourth. 1 minute 5 and 94 100ths. The final time. And here comes Night Escort, led into the winner's circle by his groom, Omaha. 100 career victories for Omaha as a groom for John Buckley. Here's Night Escort, a 5-year-old chestnut gelding by Central Banker out of the Dam Private Escort. Owned by Windy Lee Farm LLC, winning trader John Buckley, winning jockey Kevin Navarro. Kevin's starting to heat up, had a big day yesterday. Nice victory here. Night Escort, bred in New York by Seamus Coughlin. Second race is official. 1-3-2-4-6-1 Tice Guns early double, $21. 1-3 exacta, $57.50. 1-3-2 trifecta, $34.75. 10-cent super. 1-3-2-4, $20.45. Third race one, Don't Poke the Cat, 3 pounds over the weight for Nixon Joy. Caber Coa's the new jockey. Waived the 10-pound apprentice allowance, corrected weight 120. For Nixon Joy has an additional workout 30th of June. And that was at Nelson Jones Farm and Training Center. I incorrectly stated the track abbreviation in my set of changes. NJF, Nelson Jones Farm Training Center in Ocala, Florida. An additional workout for Nixon Joy, 30th of June. Good racetrack, 5/8, 1 minute 4 seconds, breezing. This is the first leg of our Pick Six $1 minimum wager, old school Pick Six. Here are some changes. Fourth race, scratch 7, Tasty Wave. Fifth race, scratch 3, 5, and 8, Sweet Blindness, 40 Smooth, and Alicia's Way. Race 6, scratch the 5, A Faraway Look. In the nightcap, we have 3 jockey changes. Caber Coa on the 5, Gone Oasis. Jose Rohina on the 6, Shul. Michael Davila Jr. on the 7, Canceled Captivity. Best of luck in the Pick Six, 21 minutes away at 2:15.
Getting ready for race number 3. No big surprises in the second. What's surprising was what that paid. You had $11 winner Night Escort, who was the logical horse in there based on company kept. Preferred Outcome, a bad favorite at odds of 6 to 5 with those 21 seconds. And you got a $57 exacta. Night Escort with Magnificent Chrome. Some value in race number 2 that starts off the pick 3. We did scratch the early favorite that race, the 5 Devious Mo. And interesting that all the money went to Preferred Outcome. Third race, an 8,000 optional claiming starter. It's a starting price of 5,000 or an optional claiming price of 8,000. As Nixon Joy's the one that's in for the tag. Interesting early money on this race as well. Surprising playing today is we had a weird favorite in race number 2. Well, we'll see who's going to be the favorite in here, but I did like the entry. Don't Poke the Cat and Trivista. Ilmar is really yet to get it going with only 1 win so far this year, but maybe he's due to get it rolling. He's got a couple good ones in this race. Don't Poke the Cat was the only one that really made up any ground in that race on June 28th as the pace kind of got away from everybody else, with the Royal Suspect and Coach Bahi just opening up on the field, and it wasn't that fast of an early pace. But the only one that really got rolling late was Don't Poke the Cat, and I thought the horse ran a big race. And the stablemate Trivista's no slouch either. Horse that was running at Fairgrounds and Oaklawn Park. Very good in the money percentage for this horse. The dam's by Cherokee Run. The dam was a $140,000 yearling. Trivista is a half to a couple stakes winner, very well bred, and will be making his Finger Lakes debut. Strong entry here, I thought, for Ilmar Loaiza. Right now at odds of 3 to 1. There's a lot of play on the 4 Nixon Joy. Nixon Joy's said just the 1 start, actually 2 starts since last April, and lost by double digits in both of them. So we'll see if that money changes as we get closer to post time. It's like another Preferred Outcome or something. I don't know. The 6-horse Royal Suspect would expect to get some action as he just won the condition last time. Again, they opened up lengths on everybody with Coach By and Royal Suspect as he turned the tables on Fire's Finale and others who had finished ahead of him in the slop the race before. He had 3 straight 4th place finishes before breaking through, taking advantage of a pretty good pace flow. And all depends on the pace flow here. It would not be a big surprise if Royal Suspect came back on. I mentioned Fire's Finale is a little bit of a price in here. He ran into Uno in that sloppy track race, but Uno would beat any of these horses on any track. And to lose only by 8 lengths to Uno puts him close, obviously, against these. He didn't fire at all last time. If you can forgive the last race for Fire's Finale, you could use him today. And this horse is a big price at odds of 21 to 1 after he won by 8 lengths to beat the beaten 5s and then ran good behind Uno in his next race. Just the 1 bad race in his last start. Maybe he can bounce back. He's 21 to 1 on the board right now. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double Pick 3 and the $1 Pick 6 starts with race number 3.
Race 3, 1 mile and 70 yards. 3-year-olds and up, starter allowance conditions. Optional claiming tag of $8,000. One Don't Poke the Cat, 3 pounds over. For Nixon Joy Caber Coa, new jockey, corrected weight 120. There's the field. 1 Don't Poke the Cat, Carlos Barbosa. Stablemate 1A Travista, Luis Perez. Even money for the Lima Horse Racing LLC, Ilmar Loaiza duo. Here's the 2 Runabout, Andre Worry. 3 is Anything Possible, Nazario Alvarado. Next will be the 4 Nixon Joy. Once again, Caber Coa picking up the mount. Waive the 10-pound apprentice allowance. Corrected weight 120. 5 is Fire's Finale. Jose Baez, Stacy Torelli in the Niz, and Greg O'Donnell all looking for doubles. And 6 is Royal Suspect, gunning for 2 in a row. Joel Cruz is the jockey. A field of 7, 6 wagering interests. Nixon Joy has that additional workout, 30th of June. Nelson Jones Farm Training Center in Ocala, Florida. 30th of June over a good racetrack. 5/8 was the move. 1 minute 4 seconds breezing. First leg of our pick 6, $1 minimum wager. Old school style pick 6, post time in 3 minutes. All right, 4 Nixon Joy was the one that was getting all of the love on the board. He was as low as 1-2. Kind of ironically, he is the highest will pay in the double. Somebody hammered Nixon Joy early, despite him being the longest will pay in our daily double. You're looking at my top pick, a classy veteran, the 2 Runabout. It's not my style to back horses that aren't in the greatest of form, but the more I looked at Runabout, I said, you know what, let's give him a look in this spot. He's had the misfortune in his last 3 races ever since he was reclaimed by Jeffrey Englehart of running into some absolute monsters. 3 races ago in the middle of March, the horse that beat him is named My Friend's Beer. That's always a good name, huh? 47 starts, 8 wins, 8 seconds, 7 thirds, $306,000. Look who beat him at Charlestown in the middle of April. The one and only Beverly Park. If you don't know who Beverly Park is, let's just put it this way. He ran 30 times in 2022 and he won 15 races. He has gone to the post 55 times in his career, 28 victories. Incredible. Better than 50% he wins his races. Beverly Park, an absolute racehorse who's made about $600,000. It didn't get any easier for Runabout in early June at Penn National. Grand Wiser, he's 8 for 19 in his career with 3 seconds and 2 thirds, $121,000. Once upon a time, Runabout won an open 12-5 at Aqueduct. That was on the 21st of October. I liked him last year when he ran a very good second at decent odds in this similar condition. I'll tell you what, Jeff thought enough to reclaim him for $16,000. He absolutely paid top price for this horse, and perhaps he was thinking all along, you know what? I've got those starter allowance races at Finger Lakes that I can always go back to. It's a nice $11,000 or $12,000 to the winner. Why not Runabout, trying to find the form that made him once upon a time a pretty decent little racehorse? Wasn't that long ago either. Just late October last year, he was winning an open 12-5. I'll make him my top pick. The entry makes a lot of sense, no question about it. They are the lowest in the will pays for the double, just a little bit lower than Royal Suspect. Don't Poke the Cat ran a very good second, losing to Royal Suspect on the 28th of June. They are both coming back quickly. You get Travista thrown into the fray, so 2 for the price of 1 for the Lima Horse Racing duo. And then you get Royal Suspect to the outside, who look good winning. I'll say this, Royal Suspect's making his 5th race in 7 weeks. Fire's Finale's making his 6th race in 9 weeks. They have both not been missing a beat. We'll see if that lofty schedule is going to catch up to both of them. Royal Suspect now even money. The Lima Horse Racing duo 9-5, and Runabout my top pick at 5-1. After that, I looked at the 3 Anything Possible. It was a beaten favorite on the 3rd of July when sprinting. He's going back to a route of ground. He's won 25% of his races the time he's run this distance. He's a grizzled, salty veteran that loves to get to the winner's circle. He's already been there on 1 occasion in 2023. He's a big, big number at 25-1. 2-1-6-3 for me. I'm going to give some props to our track handicapper, Dave Mattice. He's 2 for 2 already today. He was 5 for 9 yesterday. Dave's got the entry as his top selection. 3rd race starting our pick 6. nearing the gate. It's post time for the third race, the start of our Tuesday Pick 6. Even Money, Lima Horse Racing, and Elmar Loaiza's duo, Don't Poke the Cat and Travista. 8-5-6 Royal Suspect. 2 Runabout and 4 Nixon Joy are both 5-1. Here's Nixon Joy. Kay Burkoa picking up the mount. Next will be Travista. Fires Finale, Greg O'Donnell, Stacy Torelli, Jose Baez looking for doubles. They got the opener with Hero Tiger, and here's Nurka Huertas' Royal Suspect. He's looking for 2 in a row. Pick 6 time. And there they go. Don't Poke the Cat, broke the best, doesn't want any part of the pace. From the outside is Royal Suspect. Anything possible's up close, and Runabouts right there from the rail. Here comes Fires Finale. He wants to go early. He's ready to tackle the leader. So it's Royal Suspect, and here's Fires Finale going to turn up the pressure on him. Runabout is going to fall into a nice tracking trip along the inside. Anything possible as the 4th spot. And I'm going to Travista, Don't Poke the Cat, who broke very alertly, wanted no part of the pace. The early trailers, Nixon Joy, and there's a battle on up front. Fires Finale right there with him. Royal Suspect, they mix it up. Look at the trip for Runabout at the 5/8, 3 off the 2 leaders. Length and a half back to Anything Possible. About 6.5 or so back to Don't Poke the Cat. Stablemate Travista. Nixon Joy joins them from the outside. 48 seconds for the half. On the front end, Royal Suspect and Fires Finale. It's been a beautiful setup for Runabout. Can he take advantage? He's inching closer with his 3-wide run. And Don't Poke the Cat's gearing up along the inside. He gets within 5 lengths of Royal Suspect. Travista wants to join his stablemate. Dropping out of it, Anything Possible. Nixon Joy still at the back. And here comes Runabout to tackle Royal Suspect. But both of the entry mates are really rolling. And that is Don't Poke the Cat. And here comes Don't Poke the Cat. Don't Poke the Cat making his move. Royal Suspect still with some fight. Runabout couldn't take advantage of the setup. Don't Poke the Cat. Royal Suspect's all heart from his inside. He comes back for more. Royal Suspect. Royal Suspect tells Don't Poke the Cat, whatever you can do, I can do better. He wins 2 in a row. Royal Suspect from Don't Poke the Cat, then Runabout. And checking in 4th was Nixon Joy. What a horse race. What a horse race from Royal Suspect. Softened up by Fires Finale. Runabout was the first one to take a run at him. If you could bet at the quarter pole, you're betting what you got on Don't Poke the Cat. And if you could bet 30 yards from the wire, you're voiding that bet and putting it on Royal Suspect. What a gutty victory. Got to give him credit. Joel Cruz and Royal Suspect for 2 in a row. 1 Don't Poke the Cat had every right to go on by. 3rd place to the 2 Runabout. 4th place to the 4 Nixon Joy. 143 and 81/100ths the final time. 2 in a row. Royal Suspect, his 9th career victory. 6-year-old bay gelding by Animal Kingdom. Out of the dam, Holiday Apple. Owned and trained by Nurka Huertas. Winning jockey, Joel Cruz. The winner was bred in New York by John Loriello. Race 3 is official. 6-1-2-4. 1-6 double, $35.60. 6-1 exacta, $9.70. 6-1-2 trifecta, $7.30. 10-cent super, 6-1-2-4, $6.82. In today's 4th race, scratch the 7, Tasty Wave. 8, Bonfire Diva has an additional workout. 6th of July here at Finger Lakes, a fast racetrack. 3/8, 36.20 seconds breezing. This is the first leg of our Tuesday pick 5. 5th race scratching 3, 5, and 8, 3, 5, and 8 out of the 5th. And race 6 scratch the 5, Far Away Look. And let's go to the nightcap. We have those 3 jockey changes. Caber Co on the 5, Gone Oasis. Jose Rohin on the 6, Shul. And Michael Davila Jr. on the 7, Canceled Captivity. Our Tuesday pick 5, 21 minutes away at 2:45.
And the pick 5 starts with race number 4. Good finish to the third. Looked like Don't Poke the Cat was going to get there. That one hung badly in the late stages, and it was Royal Suspect winning 2 in a row in the condition. Good job by Nurka Huertas with Royal Suspect. Joel Cruz aboard. He was able to relax that horse as he took out Fire's Finale at the start. That one had to rush up while Joel Cruz stayed relaxed and able to take over, but able to hold off Don't Poke the Cat. Looked like it was going to go by, but that one hung. That starts the $1 pick 6 as the favorites run 1-2. Never won 3 condition, 11-9 claimer going a distance of 6 furlongs is the 4th. And look at that right now, the 1 horse Our Little Tiger. It's really tough to gauge in a sense, but one thing you could say is she comes out of much tougher races than what she'll face here. She lost 12 lengths to 'Cause You're Pretty, Small Pebbles, and Warsaichi, and she also had a rough trip in that race on May 23rd. That was her first start in a year, and it wasn't as horrible as it looks considering the competition. I mean, 'Cause You're Pretty is a future stakes winner, and you got Small Pebbles and Warsaichi, who are stakes horses. And then she faced Sandy's Garden, who's arguably the best fillier mare on the grounds. Well, 'Cause You're Pretty is one of them too. So you're going against 2 of the best female horses on the grounds, younger ones anyway, the last couple starts, and now you're dropping in to face these 11-9 claimers. Should be much easier. Not saying that she'll win for sure, but she should be a lot closer against these horses than she was against Sandy's Garden and 'Cause You're Pretty. Other horses to consider in here, you got the 5-horse Bastet. Keep in mind, her last race was against the boys at Belmont, so it was an impossible spot for her as she was competitive at the 14,000s against the girls. That's a lot tougher when you're going in against the male competition in that race. So you could just forgive the last race, draw a line through it. She hasn't been great at the distance, so only 1 for 15, but she's got tactical speed and she fits nicely in the spot back in against female competition, and she's at odds of 7-2. The 4-horse is Pretty Miss Keynes. She ran well against a little bit easier against the 2 Lifetime last time as she was able to hold off Sweet Sugar Baby. Actually ran a huge race. It was a good day for front speed, and she was able to get out there in 47 in that race. But she did show some grit holding on as it looked like Sweet Sugar Babe was going to get to her. Her previous start, she could just kind of follow the leader with Aquila. A little tougher field today for Pretty Miss Keynes, but maybe she's also getting a little bit better too. As coming off that victory, she's at odds of 2-1 in there. The 6-horse is Going, Gone, who might be, well, I was going to say overlooked, but she's at 3-1 right now. She comes off a second-place finish behind Drop Down and stakes winner 'Cause You're Pretty. She also, or Small Pebbles, she also ran against 'Cause You're Pretty in that same race as Our Little Tiger. So another one, some of her margin of defeats, not as bad as it looks. She dropped in a couple races back, but that was a route race, draw a line through it. Last race, a good second behind the main speed and just the best horse in the race, Small Pebbles. So another one that figures in race number 4. We start the pick 5 with this race. Exacta Tri Super at Daily Double, also available here. We scratch a 7, Tasty Wave.
Race 4, fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up, now winners of 3 races. Claimers 11 down to 9, sprinting at 6 furlongs, scratch 7, Tasty Wave. First leg of our Tuesday pick 5, post time in about 4 minutes. Here's the field. Number 1, Our Little Tiger, Kevin Navarro, John Buckley, Windy Lee Farm looking for doubles. 2 is Avid Sukanori, Michael Davila Jr. Next will be number 3, Quiet Horizon, Rafael Rohina Jr. 4 is Pretty Miss Keynes, Andre Worry, current favorite at 2-1. The 5 is Bastet and Nazario Alvarado. 6, Gone, Jackie Davis. Scratch the 7-8 is Bonfire Diva, Joel Cruz looking for back-to-back winners. 9 is Bad Connection. She's looking for 3 in a row. Carlos Barbosa. That's the group for the 4th, fillies and mares. Pick 5 in about 3 minutes. Tuesday, pick 5, field of 8 to start the sequence. 4, Pretty Miss Keynes, my top selection. Couple of good efforts since venturing here to Finger Lakes for this $11,000 tag. Now she steps up to the N3L. She defeated a Sweet Sugar Baby on the 20th of June. She finished just in front of Sweet Sugar Baby on the 8th of May when Akella was victorious. Akella was pretty sharp early on in the season, taking full advantage of those abbreviated distances. Pretty Miss Keynes, when finally getting to go 6 furlongs, prevails by a nose. And it was a gutty effort because Sweet Sugar Baby had a lot of momentum and had every right to go on by. Pretty Miss Keynes was able to hang on. She's very tactical. There doesn't appear to be a great amount of pace. I guess Bad Connection's pretty quick from the outside, but she's been showing that good speed against $5,000 competition, the maiden and N2L levels, and her interior fractions don't quite stack up maybe with Pretty Miss Keynes. That 47.5 recently gives Pretty Miss Keynes the advantage along the inside, at least in my opinion. I'll make her my top pick. I love the way Jeremiah Englehart spaces his races for his horses. Andre Worry, our leading jockey. The price is nothing to write home about, 3-2, but she expected to be one of the fancied gals here in the 4th race. 4-1 seemed a lot more generous on that morning line than their current price. I'll make her my top pick. 5, Bastet has run some decent races here at Finger Lakes. You know, she is 1 for 26 everywhere else other than here at Finger Lakes. She's 1 for 3 locally with that runner-up effort. I'm not a big fan of horses that have the lead at the 8th pole and don't see it through. That was the case for Bastet back in March and in early April. I am encouraged that Linda Dixon, who's now her trainer, didn't drop her all the way to the bottom. I think that's a vote of confidence. The way she caved it in on the 28th of May, they had every right to just say, hey, you know what, we're going to regroup and jam to the bottom. Not the case. They show a vote of confidence by keeping her at this $11,000 price. You know, it's a little bit of a drop from the Naira competition at $14,000, quite a bit of a drop. We see these $14,000 N3Ls venture into allowance races here. It's a vote of confidence for her going in for 11. Like I said, 1 for 26 everywhere else, 1 for 3 locally. Bastet, my second pick. The 1 Our Little Tiger, Windy Lee Farm, John Buckley, Kevin Navarro. They got there earlier in the day with Night Escort. Like I said in that analysis, they have done very good. The connections of Windy Lee Farm and John Buckley of spotting their competitors the last couple of seasons. Our Little Tiger now in for a reasonable $11,000. Talk about company lines. Boy, when you see 'Cause You're Pretty and Sandy's Garden, those are some salty runners. Our Little Tiger should really appreciate the reprieve in class this afternoon. She was victorious at Turf Paradise for $15,000 N2L. $11,000 makes a lot of sense for her this afternoon. Kevin Navarro riding good yesterday, off to a good start here. And like I said yesterday, it's about time that Buckley and Kevin start heating up. They had a big 2022. Going to anticipate the rest of the season. They're going to start doing some good things. Our Little Tiger. And then how about the two, Avid Sukanori, if you're looking for a long shot, 24-1. You know, let's forgive her most recent race. And it wasn't that bad. I mean, it was a distant third, but that was going 2 turns. I think this girl's a lot better with this 1-turn affair. I liked her effort to start the season on the 8th of May. And she's a mare now that has run second on 7 occasions with 5 thirds. She's getting closer and closer to $100,000 in earnings. For all of the trifecta and superfecta players, why not Avid Sukanori underneath? 4-5-1-2 in race 4. Starting our pick 5. Not the easiest of pick 5 assignment. Trying to see where we maybe come up with a single. Maybe in the 7th race you got Captivating Kara. It's a tough one, fans. It's going to probably pay pretty good. Fillies and mares are approaching the starting gate for the 4th, starting the Tuesday pick 5. It's post time for the 4th race. The 8 fillies and mares are just arriving at the starting gate. 4 Pretty Miss Keens getting all the love on the board. 6-5. Good tote support. 5 Bastet 2-1. The 1 Our Little Tiger is the 3rd choice at 4-1. Then you get the 6 going on at 5-1. 8 fillies and mares. Our Little Tiger, Windy Leaf Farm, John Buckley, Kevin Navarro, all looking for doubles. They won race 2 aboard the 1 Night Escort. There's Avid Sukanori for Coco Dominguez. Joseph Cabrera's Quiet Horizon. Pretty Miss Keens for Greyhound Stables and Christopher Dunn. Andrew Gurdon's Bastet. Louis Bissot Jr. is Going, Gone. The Borrase's A Bonfire Diva. And 3-player stables. Bad Connection, recently claimed. She's looking for 3 in a row. Pick 5 time. And there they go. Bad Connection, fleet of foot. Pretty Miss Keens wants to go. Bonfire Diva's attending the pace. Going, Gone, forwardly position. Likewise for Our Little Tiger from the inside. Bastet races with Avid Sukanori. Quiet Horizon's the last of all. Bad Connection with the killer crossover for Pretty Miss Keens and Bonfire Diva. Our Little Tiger traveling well enough along the inside. 3 lengths from the front. Better than 2 lengths to Going, Gone, and Bastet on the move from the far outside. Avid Sukanori, second last. Quiet Horizon. We'll have to pass them all past the 3/8. And it's still Bad Connection with the lead. Pretty Miss Keens and Bonfire Diva are moving into contention. It still is Bad Connection. Our Little Tiger, 4th. Going, Gone joins her. Bastet now a little even paced. Bad Connection, Pretty Miss Keens. The rail opens up for Our Little Tiger. Going, Gone's crying out for room. Here she is in the 3-path. Going, Gone. Pretty Miss Keens quickens to the far outside. Our Little Tiger up the inside. Our Little Tiger comes away with the lead. Pretty Miss Keens still fighting with her. Pretty Miss Keens and Our Little Tiger. Who's it gonna be? Bartender doubles all the way around for Our Little Tiger's connections. Pretty Miss Keynes was second, then going, gone. Avid Sukanori for the Superfecta. Great horse race there, huh? How about Our Little Tiger all the way down to favoritism, 8-5 on the board. Pretty Miss Keynes ran a big one, going, gone, had every right. A thrilling finish to the fourth, 1 minute 12 and 49/100ths the final time. One's the winner, Our Little Tiger. Second place, 4, Pretty Miss Keynes. Third place, 6, going, gone. Fourth place, 2, Avid Sukanori. Our Little Tiger, 5-year-old bay mare by Smiling Tiger out of the dam Julio's Gold. Windy Lee Farm LLC, John Buckley, Kevin Navarro, bartender, doubles all the way around. The winner was bred in California by Barbara Corey and Tony Citarella. And race 4 is official. 1462. The double 6-1, $18.80. A 1-4 exacta, $16.40. 1-4-6 trifecta, $9.60. 10-cent super, 1-4-6-2, $7.55. 1-6-1 pick 3. The early pick 3, $35.25. 6 with 1 with 6 with 1-7. The early pick 4, $70.50. A little late with the shout out. Shout out to JJ Gartland and Christopher Dunn. They were the connections involved with Pretty Miss Keynes. They're hanging out at the Blue Oyster Bar. I know it didn't work out for you, gentlemen, but you should be proud of your filly. She ran very well in defeat. Let's go to the 5th race. We have some scratches. 3, 5, and 8. Sweet Blindness, 40 Smooth, and Alicia's Way. 3, Sweet Blindness, 5, 40 Smooth, and 8, Alicia's Way. All scratched from the 5th. It starts our late pick 4, post time in 21 minutes at 3:15. Hey fans, don't forget you can get online programs free all season long. FingerLakesGaming.com. Click on the racing tab. Scroll on down to free digital program. All season long, some free programs online on our website, FingerLakesGaming.com. Click on the racing tab and scroll on down to free digital program. Make sure to be part of our FingerLakesBonusBets.com. 6% rewards when wagering on Finger Lakes races. Different percentages from different racetracks around the country. Thoroughbred and standardbred action. New customers that deposit and wager $100 receive a $50 sign-up bonus. If you're not a member, sign up today. FingerLakesBonusBets.com. You play, we pay. Tomorrow, Club 50 promotion, part of our Lucky North Club for members that are 50 and older. You get a complimentary program every Wednesday. All you have to do is show your Player Extras card at the program stand on the mezzanine level every Wednesday for your complimentary program. Club 50 promotion, part of our Lucky North Club.
in the paddock for race number 5, and that's 2 for John Buckley, as Our Little Tiger, kind of a similar fashion. Kevin Navarro holding the rail, patient ride, and able to hold off Pretty Miss Keynes and Gone. We're having their own race between each other in the late stages of that one. But Navarro and Buckley team up for 2 in that early pick 4. 5th race, Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and pick 4 starts. Scratch the 3, 5, and 8 out of race number 5. So we're left with just 5 betting interests for the 5th race. And when you look at it, the 2 main contenders look to be the speed of Charged Nurse, who had a good season here last year, and then you got She's a Stone Cold Fox, who will be stretching out for the first time this year. I did lean towards She's as Cold as Ice. Mentioned her dam, She's a Stone Cold Fox, how good she was. But She's as Cold as Ice. You all know Fox Rules, how good that one was going long. This horse going long last year, she ran in the New York Oaks and didn't run badly at all. Wasn't that badly beaten over a good racetrack. They tried her in the Fleet Indian Stakes, a high-price 3-year-old stakes race at Saratoga. And, yeah, she was well beaten in that race against a little bit tougher competition. But she might be improving here as a 4-year-old. I thought she ran a very good race last time, as the winner, No Chalk, couldn't have got a better trip and ended up winning pretty easily as they all were drifted out. That one just got a perfect trip up the inside. I like the fact that she finished ahead of Gone and Forgotten. Even though that was Gone and Forgotten's first start of the year, might not have been at her sharpest, she did out-rally that horse to be second in that race. And that says a lot, because Gone and Forgotten was voted top female horse here last year. So She's as Cold as Ice, stretching out. This is probably a better distance for her, as she figures to be awfully tough. It's not like she's going to be far off of the speed of Charged Nurse. She should be right up with that horse early. Now, Charged Nurse, you'd expect her to run better than her initial start of the season. We just had a Clean Gene horse, I think it was yesterday, won. That's a former horse of the year here at Finger Lakes. So same breeding. This one probably needed that race as well. And if you watch that race in New York, you remember Toscanova Beauty, a horse that ran here, was out there with the pace with the winner, and the winner put that one away and just drew away by multiple lengths. It was a runaway winner. So the margin of defeat maybe not as bad as it looks. I mean, the second start off the layoff, going the route, it all depends on the pace flow here for Charged Nurse, but she's a strong player in this race. She likes this distance, obviously. All 3 career wins have come at the mile 70-yard distance, and she certainly likes it here as well. They look like the main 2, but if you're looking for somebody else, yeah, maybe the 7, Sabrine, if she can run back to her last year's form. She's getting closer. We'll say that about Sabrine. She stretched out last time. Didn't run badly against heavy favorite BB Busted. Now, BB Busted, kind of a rough trip, as that one didn't get the best starts and still won. That's how much the best BB's Busted was. But she still wasn't good enough to get to Sweet Blindness, who scratched out of this race. But with 3 starts under her this year and got the route under her, she should be at her sharpest today. So maybe if somebody else wins other than the 2 or the 4, could be her. But it does look like the main 2, as far as win threats, could be Charged Nurse. And I like the 4, She's as Cold as Ice, as my top choice. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and pick 4 starts in race number 5. Scratch the 3, 5, and 8.
Race 5, Fillies and Mares, a very nice allowance event. New York bred, second state bred condition, optional tag of $10,000, 1 mile and 70 yards, 3, 5, and 8 all scratch. First leg of our late pick 4. And let's meet the field, beginning with number 1, Melissa Smile. Jose Baez looking for a riding double. All right, the 2 is Charge Nurse with Andre Worry. 4, She's As Cold As Ice, the favorite at 7-5 with Kay Berkoa. 6 is Saloon Girl, gunning for 2 in a row, Carlos Barbosa. And the 7 is Sabrine with Michael Davila Jr. Our late pick 4 in about 3 minutes at 3:15. Had a nice sized field of 8. Unfortunately, 3 scratches early on, reducing the field to 5, changing the pace complexion drastically. Sweet Blindness, 40 Smooth, they all figured to be part of the pace. Charge Nurse along the inside probably has the advantage. I really wanted to pick Charge Nurse as my top selection, but she's only had 1 7 furlong prep race. She didn't run much that day. And I thought with the jockey aboard the 4, She's As Cold As Ice, that I owed it to myself to go with this selection of number 4. She is the current favorite at 8-5, Charge Nurse at 9-5. I do believe the 2 with the scratches has a big-time pace advantage. I know Saloon Girl can be forwardly positioned, but I think Charge Nurse has much more natural speed and ability, and she has her inside post. The 2 is very dangerous. But Kay Berkoa, I've given him props all season long. He has a great clock in his head. He recognizes a soft pace. And if you look back on that effort on the 4th of October when Caber was aboard She's As Cold As Ice, he only had her a couple of lengths off the early lead. Now, I know the pace was very slow that day, but I could see Caber saying, hey, you know what? I've read the form. I see what's going on with the scratches. I'm going to have to keep my gal into the race early if I want to have any chance to come and get Charge Nurse. Banking on the 4, getting a nice trip under a very good jockey. She's As Cold As Ice. My top pick. This gal ran big 4th last year in our New York Oaks, ran a decent 4th in the Fleet Indian, almost won this condition against her stablemate on the 15th of November. She's had 2 6 furlong races. I think she's much better going this 2-turn race. I'll make her my top pick. The 2 benefits with all the scratches. Her victory back on the 24th of October was pretty awesome. Let's put it this way. She graduates, goes in an N2L, and has all those conditions in her bank. But Jeremiah decided to take a shot and run her in the New York Oaks. That hints at the ability that Charge Nurse has. Alpha, clean gene. We saw her younger brother, Leo and Royal, win our Monday opener. Leo and Royal was nominated for the New York Derby. The Connections opted for the allowance N2L. Looking forward to Leo and Royal moving forward. Looking forward to Charge Nurse here in the 5th race. She's very dangerous along the inside. And for 3rd, I'll go with the 7, Sabrine. Sabrine had a pretty good 2022, more than pretty good. She won 5 of her 13 races, 2 seconds in the 3rd, just a couple of bucks shy of $100,000. This is her 4th start of the season. She's a very nice mare. And if you're looking for somebody to possibly upset the fancy 2 along the inside, Sabrine probably gives you your best chance. She's 7-2. 2-4-7, or make it 4-2-7. My apologies, 4-2-7 here in the 5th to start our late pick 4. 1 minute, post time in a minute. It's post time for the 5th race. Number 4, She's As Cold As Ice, 3-5. Number 2, Charge Nurse, 3-1. Melissa Smile, the first to 5 into the starting gate. Jose Baez looking for a riding double. Captured the opener from off the pace with Hero Tiger. Speaking of pace, here she is, Charge Nurse. The big favorite, She's As Cold As Ice, 3-4 on the board. Victor Dean, Saloon Girl, looking for 2 in a row. Jim Aquilano, Sabrine will be the last of 5 to the outside. Just about ready for the start of our late pick 4. And there they go. Melissa Smile hopped at the start. Saloon Girl made a mess of it. She's a distant last. And it is Charge Nurse making the pace as expected. She's As Cold As Ice stays close under Cabercoa. Here's Saloon Girl. Where's she going to go? Big opening along the rail, and Saloon Girl wants to punch on through and join the leader line. Sabrine finds herself a little deep through the early stages. Melissa Smile, after the hop at the start, is the last of the quintet. So it is Saloon Girl who broke the worst, but now she's in the top spot. Clears the way 2.5 to Charge Nurse. And She's As Cold As Ice. Sabrine's a little deep. Only a field of 5, and Sabrine's been covering a lot of ground. Melissa Smiles at the back, 6 lengths from first to last. So they race past the 5/8, and Saloon Girl and Carlos Barbosa are on the lead. The margin's 2 lengths. Now Andre Worry's asking Charge Nurse to re-engage, and Cabercoa wants She's As Cold As Ice to stay close. Sabrine has been covering the most ground throughout. She's 4 deep up the backstretch run, heading into the turn. At the back of the pack, late running Melissa Smile. 3 furlongs to travel, Saloon Girl. Charge Nurse, She's As Cold As Ice, 3 deep. Sabrine with the wide journey. Melissa Smile still at the back. Here comes She's As Cold As Ice and Charge Nurse. They will move in together to tackle Saloon Girl. And Sabrine has been covering a lot of ground. Will it catch up to her in the final quarter of a mile? Charge Nurse, She's As Cold As Ice to the stand side. Saloon Girl has fight from the inside. They're at the 8th pole, and now they quicken. She's As Cold As Ice. Charge Nurse, Saloon Girl throwing it down with the top 2. Saloon Girl, She's As Cold As Ice. Charge Nurse, She's As Cold As Ice to the outside. Cabercoa, the king of the clock. What an effort from Saloon Girl. Charge Nurse was 3rd. Then Melissa Smile and Sabrine. Cabercoa just announced me as the president of his fan club. Very impressed with Mr. Coa this year. Excellent ride, keeping She's As Cold As Ice in touch with the soft pace. What an effort from Saloon Girl. Charge Nurse ran well. We only had 5 of them. 3 of them threw it down, gave it their best. Photo will determine the winner. 142 and 89 100ths, the final time. 4 is the winner. She's as cold as ice. Heck of an effort from the 6, Saloon Girl in defeat. 3rd place, 2, Charge Nurse. 4th place, 1, Melissa Smile. She's as cold as ice. A 4-year-old Bay filly by Keen Ice out of the dam. She's a stone cold fox. Langpap Stables are the winning owners. Winning trainer M. Anthony Farrar. Winning jockey, the king of the clock, Kay Burkoa. New York bred by Dennis and Deborah Petrusek. And we'll give a big shout out to the original king of the clock, the Calder Hall of Famer, Mr. Pedro Rodriguez. And the 5th is in the books officially, a 4-6-2-1, the double 1-4, $11.20, a 4-6 exacta, $17. 4-6-2, a trifecta, $11 and a nickel. 10-cent super, 4-6-2-1, $3.72. 6-1-4, pick 3, $11.60. On to race 6, scratch 5, Faraway Look. 5, Faraway Look stays in the barn. 9, Beast from the East, 2 pounds over. He has an additional workout, 30th of June, Nelson Jones and Farms Trading Center. Good racetrack on that 30th of June, a half-mile move, 52.30 seconds, breezing. This is the first leg of our late pick 3, post time in about 22 minutes at 3:46.
getting ready to start the late pick 3 with race number 6. Fifth race got interesting. Charged Nurse broke to the front, was supposed to be the speed, but Saloon Girl, who broke poorly, came up the inside and was able to get a clear lead on the good part of the track and almost stole it under the apprentice rider Carlos Barbosa. So interesting tactics by Charged Nurse, but that just shows how much the best. She's as cold as ice is. She was still able to get up to get by Saloon Girl, who almost was an upset winner, stealing that race. Keeper Koa for M. Anthony Ferraro. Scratch the 5, far away look out of this race. The current favorite is the one Devious Banker, but more of an underneath type in this race. The 2 Florida Endeavor is an interesting one. It's 9-2, but at 4-1 now. The only concern really is the layoff. This horse has been off since September, coming off a couple straight wins. Finally putting it together. Was a horse that ran in a stakes race. He ran good against competition, but he's ran to his competition. Remember, Engelhardt claimed this one from Joe Cabrera when he dropped him in for $5,000. Took him a few starts before he got going, and then just won the 3 in a row to finish out the season. Now, this is 6 furlongs, a different story than the route races he was winning, and maybe that was the key. Maybe the routes. He's never won going 6 furlongs, but he's never really faced this easy going 6 furlongs either. And that makes this horse one of the major players. Again, the main concern is the layoff since September. He's currently at odds of 4-1, with Devious Banker getting a lot of action coming out of the Boldly race. The 7 horse is War of Thrones. This one's at 10-1. This is my second choice in here, and I thought might get overlooked in this race. Had a rough trip last time, as he was never really in it. It wasn't the greatest of fields, but the top 2 finishers, the Niz horses, or the top, Massey Hall and Special Story came back to win, and we just saw Hero Tiger win earlier today for the Niz. So both the 2nd and 3rd horses for the Niz won, and you got Massey Hall also winning his next start. So it turns out to be a real good key race in that last start. The race before, he ran into Conformis, a horse that was a stakes winner and also was just way too good for a beaten $5,000 field. So I thought, yeah, he might get overlooked in here. And he's at odds of 10-1, but he's way better than the form of the last 2 races. Hence, mainly because of the good races he comes out of. And he's been better in the past. 10-1 seems like a big price for War of Thrones. Mention the one Devious Banker. They're all over this horse. The horse ran 2nd in a weaker race going 6 furlongs back on June 5th. And last race, it wasn't so much of this one and others closing more than it was Boldly stopping right before the wire. It looked like Boldly had the race in hand. Then all of a sudden, Run Casper Run started gaining ground. OK Game On came from way back to be right there. Devious Banker also closed. So kind of a false close last time because the winner just kind of stopped a little bit before the wire. It was Boldly's first start off of the layoff. Not a bad effort, though, finishing 4th in that race, but a horse that's often used underneath. His win that he had most recently was in November over Frozen Racetrack, going shorter, 5.5. 6 furlongs, not his best distance, but in a questionable field. I think people are just trying to look for somebody to bet in here, because maybe looking past Florida Endeavor because of that layoff since September. A huge checkpoint is another one that's interesting because he runs to his competition too. How many times does he look like the winner or made that big move and then just flatten out or hung looking for the competition? Well, he dropped to 5,000 last time, and it was an easier field, and you know, it wasn't that impressive, and it actually looked like he lost watching it with the naked eye, but it was him who won the photo over Take the Edge. This is a lot tougher field, but again, he runs to his competition, so it's a good horse to use in the number. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts in race number 6. We scratch a 5, far away look.
Coming onto the track for race 6, a 6-furlong affair. 3-year-olds and up, non-winners of a race since January 11, 2023, or non-winners of 4 races. $5,000 claimers. Scratch 5, faraway look. 9, Beast from the East. 2 pounds over. About 3 minutes until the 6th. There they are, number 1, Devious Banker, Oscar Gomez. A lot of love on the board at 3-1. Favoritism with 2, Florida Endeavor, John Davila Jr., 6-5. 3 is Margarita Sunrise. The 9-year-old's looking for his 16th career victory, Nazario Alvarado. Looks like the 4 skipped the parade, as did the 6. So here's the 7, War of Thrones, Cabercoa looking for 2. 8, All-Time Classic, Michael Davila Jr. There he is, fans, the Beast from the East. Number 9 has the services of Giovanni Paredes. 4 and 6 skipping the parade. 4, your awesome boss, Joel Cruz, looking for a riding double. And 6, a huge checkpoint, gunning for 2 in a row with Andre Worry. Post time in a couple of minutes, race 6, starting our late pick 3. Late pick 3 time on the Tuesday card. Scratch the 5, faraway look, leaving us with 8. And what a big day for my partner here on the track handicapper, Dave Mattice. I'm just looking at the grid from earlier in the day. And other than race 3, Mr. Mattice is giving out every winner today, fans. And he ran second that race with Don't Poke the Cat, who looked like he was going right on by. Dave had 5 winners yesterday. Dave with a hot hand this afternoon. Florida Endeavor, the favorite at 6-5, his top selection here. I'm going so bad I don't even have Florida Endeavor mentioned. I only gave out 3 horses, 7, 4, 1. How about the 7, War of Thrones? Boy, I like the 12-1 I was looking at shortly before the post parade. He's all the way down to 5-1. Talk about a race with repeat winners. That 13th of June affair had Massey Hall, who came back and won. How about Hero Tiger, who looked good winning today? Special Story looked good coming back winning. Now we get War of Thrones out of that affair. I like this horse last year. He ran some good races. 3 for 15 locally with 2 seconds and 6 thirds. You know, we talk about John Buckley and Kevin Navarro, how they're starting to heat up. Jim Aquilano's been long overdue. We are so accustomed to seeing Jim win races with frequency. It's just a matter of time before the Aquilano team starts heating up. Why not right here with War of Thrones at 6-1? We get my man Cabercoa taking over. Caber rode this horse to a 3rd place finish against $11,000 claimers on that 21st of September affair. That was a good race because I remember that race. And I remember that day, it was all speed friendly. Dos Vaqueros took full advantage. So that was a good 3rd from off the pace. I endorsed War of Thrones on the 13th of June, and I have a tendency to come back with my selections. I'm going to go with him as my top pick. How about the 4, your awesome boss, if you're looking for a price play? Now, let's just forget about the 14th of June affair. I think this horse is much better on a fast racetrack than a wet racetrack. He's 4 for 22 on a fast racetrack with 4 seconds. He only has 1 win from 6 appearances on wet racetracks with those 2 third-place finishes. Last time it was in for 11. You get him back in a condition that he's run well in this season. Look at that. He was second by half a length 3 races ago, missed by a head in a similar condition 2 races ago. He's back in for 5,000. I give him a look. The 1, Devious Banker, he likes to do some running from a little bit underneath. You know, I've expected more from this horse throughout his career. He's kind of underperformed, in my opinion. Maybe he can make me eat my words today. He's 9-2. And then you get Dave Mattice's top pick, and I'll tell you what, Tice is on fire, and the fans are jumping on him. 4-5, Florida Endeavor. Going to be a good one here in race 6, starting our late pick 3. nearing the gate. It's post time for race 6, Florida Endeavor at 4-5. Devious Banker at 4-1. War of Thrones 5-1 in the wagering. Devious Banker, the first of 8 into the gate. The favorite joins him, Florida Endeavor. There's Margarita Sunrise. Your Awesome Boss will be next. Margarita Sunrise with orange colors. Same with Your Awesome Boss. A huge checkpoint looking for 2 in a row. War of Thrones, Cabercoa's looking for 2 in a row. Ed Schatzel, Tim Murphy, all-time classic. Talk about an all-time classic duo. And then we get Beast from the East. Late pick 3 time. And there they go. Good start for War of Thrones. Margarita Sunrise is going to show pace. Florida Endeavor looks like he's a little quicker from the inside. Florida Endeavor, Margarita Sunrise, they get acquainted. Devious Banker's up close. All-time classic wants to join the fray. War of Thrones is in the 5th spot. Beast from the East from his outside. Your Awesome Boss from his inside. A huge checkpoint is the last of all. Florida Endeavor, all-time classic. Devious Banker's 3rd. Margarita Sunrise back to 4th, joined by Beast from the East. Your Awesome Boss along the inside. War of Thrones has 4 to find heading into the turn. And at the tail of the field remains a huge checkpoint. All-time classic. Beast from the East making a nice move, 3 deep. Florida Endeavor from the inside. War of Thrones is trying to circle rivals from the far outside. He has momentum at the quarter pole. Looks like he's going to try to save a little bit of ground inside a Beast from the East. Beast from the East wandered, opened up a path for War of Thrones, and here he comes. War of Thrones at the 8th pole temporarily gets the lead. Devious Banker has run from the rail. Beast from the East still fighting. Far outside, a huge checkpoint. War of Thrones fell asleep. Devious Banker says thank you very much. Devious Banker from War of Thrones. Farther back, a huge checkpoint. And Beast from the East. One minute 12 and 39 100ths. War of Thrones looked pretty good near the quarter pole. It's a great move by Cabercoa. Look at this, fans. As Beast from the East wandered a bit. Caber noticed it, put him into a good spot inside of him. In the meantime, it's Devious Banker who's saving all that ground under the missile Oscar Gomez, and that's the difference between winning and checking in second. Photo sign is up on the board. Here's that slow-mo. Devious Banker, War of Thrones, 112 and 39 100ths. Number 1, Devious Banker is the unofficial winner. Second place, 7, War of Thrones. Third place, 6, A Huge Checkpoint. Fourth place, 9, Beast from the East. It's a fine line between winning and losing, and Oscar Gomez rode that fine line this afternoon here in race 6 with that ground-saving journey utilizing the inside draw. Devious Banker's in the winner's circle. He's a 4-year-old dark bay or brown gelding by Central Banker out of the damn Devious Chick. Owned by David Kramer and Triple B Stables, LLC. Winning trainer Carl Grusmark. The Missile, Oscar Gomez, the winning jockey. Winner was bred in New York by McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, LLC. Third place went to the 6, A Huge Checkpoint. Fourth place to the 9, Beast from the East. Race 6 is in the books. Officially 1769. A double 4-1, $13. A 1-7 exacta, $43.40. 176 trifecta, $39.37. A 10-cent super, $44.35. Seventh race, 8, Miss Pab, 2 pounds over. Our 7th race will start our late double. Post time in about 22 minutes at 4:17. And if you don't know, I don't know how you don't know because I talk about it every day. We've got free Finger Lakes online programs. FingerLakesGaming.com. Click on the racing tab. Scroll on down to free digital programs. What a great deal it's been all season long. Free programs for each and every racing day. FingerLakesGaming.com. Click on the racing tab and scroll on down to free digital program.
Time is supposed for race number 7. Rail running's been good running as Devious Banker wins race number 6. An allowance race is the 7th, non-winners of State Bred, going a distance of 1:70. And a pretty open race. I know most of the play is going to be on Captivating Kara. But what's interesting about the 7th race is it's a route race, and you do have a bunch of horses that don't have a lot of route experience, including the favorite Captivating Kara. She only had 4 routes in her career, does have a win and a second. Her last race wasn't that bad as it looks, but it wasn't that good either. But she'll stretch out to 1:70, catches easier competition than Angelique and Tuscanova Beauty. But certainly the route's still a question. But Captivating Kara shouldn't be far behind the speed of Pave My Way, who figures to be the early speed. And that one's getting some play. Pave My Way is the inside speed of the race, and the inside's been good, but she is going to have some company, it looks, on the front end. If she is able to get a clear lead and be able to save ground the whole way, she has a realistic shot of going gate to wire. She's had easy leads since stretching out. She did have to go a little bit quicker in the May 31st race. Last time she just kind of cruised along with an easy lead to get that victory against a softer field. Tougher assignment today for Pave My Way, but again, if she's left alone on the front end, she could go a long way. Now, Daredevil Bull is one that could be the one to press the pace. She's been close in sprint races. Another one without a lot of route experience, only 1 route in the career of Daredevil Bull. She did finish second in that route, although not the greatest of numbers and not the greatest of fields that she was up against. 5-time winner in 2022 was Daredevil Bull. Certainly capable. Extra yardage, question for a lot of these horses in this race. The horse that I use for second is going to be a little bit of a price. Lady Teufelsberg. Not a lot of experience going along with her either. Buckley and Navarro are already enjoying a good day. Should be up close. Another one that's got sprint speed, tactical sprint speed, that should be up close in the route. 2 route attempts for Lady Teufelsberger. Lady Teufelsbergers. She as a first and a third in those 2 routes, that might put her close. She's got enough class to be competitive against these. Tricky race because of the lack of route experience of a lot of these rivals. I did go with the 7-6-1-2 Exacta Super and Daily Double offered in here.
On the track for the 7th, here they are. 1, Stay Home Mama, Joel Cruz looking for another winner. 2 is Pave My Way, Luis Perez. I'm Anthony Ferraro looking for a training double. 3, Daredevil Bull, Christian Navarro. Next will be the 4, Do What It Takes, Heeman Harkey. 5 is Honorable Lily, Joel Zonier. 6, Lady Tufflesburg, Windy Leaf Farm, John Buckley, Kevin Navarro looking for triples. Big favorite 7, Captivating Kera, John Davila Jr., 4 to 5. 8, Miss Pab, Giovanni Paredes, a couple of pounds over. And 9, the New Miami, Jose Rojina. 1 mile and 70 yards the distance. Fillies and mares, New York breds, 3-year-olds and up, first state bred condition. It begins the late double, post time in about 3 minutes. All right, 3 minutes until the 7th race, number 7, Captivating Kera, my top selection. I really wanted hard to go here with the 2 and the 3. I looked and looked and looked, and I just wanted to go with the 2 and the 3 on top, but I got to practice what I preach, and what I preach is about these older horses that win open conditioned races. So you have the 2nd of June affair, and this is a 5-year-old mare that won an open 20,000 at Belmont Park. There is nobody in this race that can even come close to saying they have won an open 20,000 on the NYRA circuit. You're probably in against horses that have already won the first New York bred, or even the open first condition. That's a salty group. Whenever you're winning an open 12-5, an open 16, an open 20, you're in against horses that probably already have the first condition, whether it's a state bred or open first condition, they've already won it. So for Captivating Kera to beat that group 2 back against open 20s, obligated to make her my top pick. Ava money. Now we do have to say a couple of things though. This is a 2-turn, 1 mile and 70 yard affair. Grand Slam on the bottom, you know, that's about as long as I want a Grand Slam to go. I like them more in 1-turn races. All of the races on paper are all 1-turn configurations. Now she has to negotiate the 1 mile and 70 yards. But the past class, the current class, there she is in a salty state bred allowance on the 4th of May, running 2nd. She wins a 25 N3L, the open 20. We owe it to ourselves to make her the top pick. Both the 2 and the 3, I'm big fans of both of these 4-year-old fillies. Pave My Way is pretty sharp right now. That was a powerful performance on the 21st of June. She did everything but seal the deal on the 31st of May. A heartbreaking defeat. Got to give a lot of credit to the winner, Holiday Jazz, who ran well. That was Pave My Way's race. And somehow she didn't prevail. But you know what? She gained a lot of stamina out of that affair. That was her first 2-turn race of the 2023 season here at Finger Lakes. And she responded, coming back on 3 weeks rest and just cruising. She's very, very talented. A lot of natural speed and ability. She's dangerous at 3 to 1. Daredevil Bull, I'm a big fan of this big, good-looking 4-year-old Gray-Roan filly by Daredevil. You get Holy Bull on the bottom. Love the blood. Love the size of this gal. She's got it all. She's run big 2 races in a row. She's going to stretch out for the first time. Why not? Daredevil, Holy Bull on the bottom. Both the 2 and the 3 are very intriguing alternative options if you're against the 7, Captivating Kera. And for 4th place, I'll go with the 6, Lady Tufflesburg. She's got awesome again, blood underneath. And even though she has no 2-turn races on paper, you see awesome again underneath. And I'll give it a look for a little minor placing. And the way they're going today, the connections, who knows? Maybe she outruns her odds of 11 to 1. And she's a contender. 7's the one to beat. 2, 3, and 6. Those are the horses to look at if you're totally against this favorite. Best of luck with the late double. I'm not even going to give you my top pick in the late in the nightcap. I've got the 3, Sly Sloan, down, but boy, that nightcap is a tough race in my opinion. All right, the late double going to happen in a couple of minutes. 1 minute, post time in a minute. It's post time for the 7th race. Big favorite, the 7, Captivating Kara, 4-5. 3, Daredevil Bull, 3-1. The 2, Pave My Way, 9-2 in the wagering. Daredevil Bull, the first of 9 fillies and mares into the starting gate. Stay Home Mama's in there, so too is Pave My Way. Victor Dean's Do What It Takes. Up next will be Honorable Lily for Rachel Sells and Joelle Saunier. Lady Tufflesburg, Wendy Lee Farm, John Buckley and Kevin Navarro with a big Tuesday. They're looking for 3. The favorite, Captivating Kara. Then the long shots, Miss Pab and the New Miami, 52 and 53-1 respectively. Captivating Kara, 4-5. There's the New Miami to the outside. They're at the post. And there they go. Swift start, Honorable Lily. Pave My Way likes to show speed. Daredevil Bull on the stretch out, prominently positioned. Likewise for Lady Tufflesburg. Captivating Kara's getting the worst of it. She's 5 wide heading into the turn. Back to the top spot, Daredevil Bull, Honorable Lily are 1-2. Lady Tufflesburg's into third. Pave My Way from off the pace this afternoon. Captivating Kara with the orange silks and the white blinkers. And she's 4.5 off the lead from the inside. Do What It Takes. Miss Pab splits them. The New Miami is second last, and the early and distant trailer as Stay Home Mama. That's a good opening clip. 23 3/5 for Daredevil Bull on the lead. 2 lengths to Honorable Lily. Lady Tufflesburg third with Pave My Way. They're 3.5 or 4 from Daredevil Bull. Break of a length and a half. The Captivating Kara getting a very wide journey. Do What It Takes saves ground. Miss Pab still in the 2 path. 4 lengths to Stay Home Mama, who got a good opening quarter to run after. Now she's beginning to strengthen her stride a bit from the back. And towards the tail, the New Miami. 47 2 for Daredevil Bull. Better than 3 lengths. Oh, Pave My Way took a bad step, and Pave My Way's out of the race. So it's Daredevil Bull and Honorable Lily still 1-2. And Stay Home Mama got that good opening quarter. She's into third. Nothing yet from Captivating Kara. Daredevil Bull's the one to beat at the 3/16. Honorable Lily's been chasing her the entire trip. Stay Home Mama benefiting from that good opening quarter. She's third. Maybe she'll stride into second. She's no threat to Daredevil Bull. Daredevil Bull, the winner on the stretch out. Here's Stay Home Mama for second. Then Honorable Lily. And checking in fourth, the big long shot. Do What It Takes. $145 and 84 100ths. Nice 3-1 on Daredevil Bull. Big, strong filly. Daredevil on the top side. The Great Holy Bull on the bottom side. How about that one, Stay Home Mama? You saw her putting in that nice run up the backstretch. You saw the 23 3. You knew she'd come a-calling. 30-1 to complete the exacta. 5, Honorable Lily checking in third. Fourth place to the 4, Do What It Takes. The final running time, 145 and 84 100ths. Daredevil Bull makes her way into the winner's circle. Big, good-looking 4-year-old gray-owned filly by Daredevil out of the Holy Bull mare, Downstream Bull. Owned and trained by David Oyola. Winning jockey Christian Navarro. New York bred here by Steven Sinatra. (3154) 3154, the top four finishers. Seventh race is official. 3154, the 1-3 double, $34.60. 3-1 exacta, $116.50. 3-1-5 trifecta, $163.25. 10 cent super 3154, $597.65. One more race to go on our Tuesday card. Number 1, Pretty Miss Penny, 2 pounds over. 3 jockey changes. 5 gone, Oasis Cabercoa. 6 Shul, Jose Rohina. 7 canceled, Captivity, Michael Davila Jr. 5 gone, Oasis has an additional workout, 30th of June, Nelson Jones and Farms Training Center. Good racetrack, 5/8 to minute, 5.30 seconds, breezing. Big size field of 11 to close the Tuesday card, 23 minutes away at 4:50.
Getting ready to conclude this Tuesday cards. Remember, 9 tomorrow. Got a real nice feature race tomorrow as well. A couple good races on tomorrow's cards, so make sure you come out for that. And then on Monday, one of our biggest races of the year, the New York Derby, of course, features Maker's Candy, and Jose Ortiz will be making an appearance here at Finger Lakes. He just won the Belmont meet. It was a real close finish between him and his brother, Irad, but he'll be making the trip here to Finger Lakes to ride that big favorite who just won the Mike Lee Stakes for Mike Maker, who's having a good time sending horses here to Finger Lakes. Looking back at race number 7, Daredevil Bull was able to control the pace, and a good job by Christian Navarro. The rail's been good today. A lot of inside winners. That one certainly been on the inside, plus able to control the pace, race over. Christian Navarro for owner-trainer David Iola, who got his first win of the season in race number 7. A good-looking performance by that one. A 5,000 maiden claimer is the last that goes the distance of 5.5 furlongs. Another Ed Maver horse getting a lot of early play in this race. Don't think that horse is going to go off even money, but the 2 Midnight Mindset will probably be the favorite here. A logical horse, but the question is, does this horse want to win? I mean, she's had her chances. She's burnt some money. She's been a beaten favorite a few times. I just remember last summer where she opened up about a 4 or 5 length lead and still lost, and it looked like she was going to be an easy winner and then looked for competition. Well, that was her first start of the year last time, and most of those races last year were against much better 11-9s. Maybe Oscar could get her home here for 5,000. Not an easy task, of course, for Midnight Mindset. She's definitely better than these horses. It's just a matter of getting to the wire first when you got a horse that likes to play around and look for competition in the late stages. Well, that's her, but maybe by default she could get there first today. Midnight Mindset at odds of 5-1. Probably be the favorite in here, and I wouldn't blame anybody for taking a shot against. The 8 is Because of the Brave. It's the one I use for second here. She's at 8-1. Well, ignore the odds right now because I don't think you're going to get anything what the odds are saying right now. It's just early, and a lot of early play on the 5. Because of the Brave does get some class relief. Did drop somewhat to the bottom at Presque Isle, but that was on a different surface. This will be the first time for 5,000 at Finger Lakes after running against special weights. Not horribly beaten at special weights. And no real excuse, though, at the 11-9 level in her most recent start, except for it is a little better competition than what she'll face here. So she does have the weight off, and she faces easier. It's just a matter of can she chase down Midnight Mindset, especially being outside when most of the winners have been inside today. The 4-horse Sweet Tooth Sue, another one that you could say one of these days she's going to get the right kind of trip to break through. Now, she ran into a horse that was lone speed last time, and Super Princess was much the best, and it was a lone speed anyway. So ignore that effort. She ran second to Bold Connection, who was the next winner, and just kind of ran evenly a race before. But that's been the story for Sweet Tooth Sue. She rarely runs a bad race. She's just stuck in this maiden condition. She's 0 for 20, but a good horse to use underneath. Eventually, she's going to graduate from the maiden condition. She's just got to get the right kind of trip if it's going to be today. The fields get weaker. I mean, this field is not that strong. The Sweet Tooth Sue, got to figure her to be close. The 3 is Sly Sloan. Hasn't shown much in her career. She did run her best race behind a much the best winner, Georgie's Ladies, who would probably beat this field by a lot, I mean, to say the least. Added Lasix that race. She was wide in her last race, so you could draw a line through it. It's just a question of where she is. How good is she? Maybe at 5,000 is the key for Sly Sloan, and she does break relatively inside with a 3-post, and that's where you want to be today. Definitely a player on the class relief as well. Tricky race. You can make a case for a few of them, and we'll conclude the day with race number 8. Exacta Try and Super is offered in the last race on today's card.
One more race to go on the Tuesday card. The nightcap sprinting, 5.5 furlongs, fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up, maiden claimers, 5,000 the level. The one Pretty Miss Penny, 2 pounds over. Caber Cohen, new jockey 5, Gone Oasis. Jose Rohina, new jockey 6, Shul. Michael Davila Jr., new jockey 7, Canceled Captivity. The nightcap in about 4 minutes. Here's the field. Number 1, Pretty Miss Penny, Emmanuel Di Diego. 2 is Skip the Parade. The 3 is Sly Sloan, Melissa Iorio. 4 is Sweet Tooth Sue, Rafael Rohina Jr. 5, Gone Oasis, Caber Coa picking up the mount. Caber looking for 2. Jose Rohina picking up the mount aboard the 6, Shoal. Michael Davila Jr., new jockey 7, Canceled Captivity. 8, Because of the Brave, Giovanni Paredes. Stablemate 9, Princess Riley, Heeman Harkey. 8 and 9, conditioned by the natural Dylan Clark. All right, here's the 10, Katsura, Andre Worry. 11, Giant Bottle, Nazario Alvarado. 'Skipping the Parade, number 2, Midnight Mindset, Oscar Gomez looking for 2. This one's a stablemate to Katsura. The nightcap in a couple of minutes. One more race to go on our Tuesday card, and it is a difficult handicapping assignment, in my opinion. 11 maiden claimers, the bottom 5,000. Boy, where do you go here? You know, I've been a fan of Midnight Mindset for quite some time. Picked her on the 14th of June. She just never comes through for me, so I figured I'd take my weight off of her back. You can thank me later, Midnight Mindset. I've made her my 3rd pick. Gonna go with the 3, Sly Sloan, who's on a class drop. Good spacing. I like the workout on the 4th of July. 47 and change. I don't know if that was because of the slop or just the Sly Sloan's getting ready to run one of her better races in her career. The race 2 back on the 31st of May makes her probably competitive enough. She gets a big weight break. I've been impressed with what I've seen from the bug girl, Melissa Iorio. She has shown patience. I like that in a young jockey. Why not the 3, Sly Sloan? A lukewarm endorsement at 5-1. I like the price, that's for sure. Like the price of the 9, Princess Riley, back-to-back runner-up efforts. You know, and looking at it even more in detail, both of the gals that beat her came back and beat winners. After Alpha and True Destiny. So she's done nothing wrong in 2 appearances here at Finger Lakes. I like her debut run. Hey, if you're good enough to finish 3rd against State Bred 25s at Aqueduct to kickstart your career, why not here at Finger Lakes for 5? She's 10-1. We're getting some value with the He-Man, Heeman Arky. 2, Midnight Mindset. One of these days, sure you will prevail. Will it be today? She's one of 2 mares. Both her and Sweet Tooth Sue are the most experienced gals in this nightcap. I guess because of the Brave right there with them. Midnight Mindset has good early speed. And like I said, one of these days she will get Brave and she will find a field to her liking. Is today that day? 2-1's a little light. I'll make her 3rd. The 4, Sweet Tooth Sue. Joe Marino's got himself a little ATM. She rattled off nearly $18,000 last year as a maiden. And at the pace she's going at here in 2023, she will easily eclipse that total. That's providing she stays a maiden, because sometimes these maiden 5s, they lose their best friend when they get to the winner's circle. I know Joe wants her to win, but I'll tell you what, she's been banking money for him. Why not another good second or third? And you know what? She could break through today. Sometimes these very experienced maidens are the ones to key on in these bottom level fives. I like inexperienced maidens and better maiden races, and maybe the more experienced gals at the bottom level. This is a very tough assignment. 3-9-2-4 for me. Let's talk about this pick six. 2, 8, 9, and 11. 2, 8, 9, and 11 are all covered. So if any of the other 7 could get to the winner's circle, we'll have a one-day pick six carryover into the Wednesday card. $2,531.61. Couple of minutes still until the nightcap. Nearing the gate. It's post time for the nightcap. Midnight Mindset. Even money on the board. Will her 13th start be her lucky start, getting her to the winner's circle? Lots of ability, lots of early speed. One of these days she'll get it done. The fans are all over her at even money. Pretty Miss Penny. Pretty Miss Penny is the younger sister to one of our talented sprinters on the grounds, Flying Emperor. Different sire, but the same mother, obviously. Pretty Miss Penny. What a difference the two careers have gone. Sly Sloan on a class drop. Here's Joe Marino. Sweet Tooth Sue, the most experienced maiden in the nightcap, making her 21st career start. Because of the Braves, making her 15th career appearance in Midnight Mindset, start number 13 this afternoon. Gone Oasis. Took a lot of early money. This happened earlier in the card in our third race with the same connections with Nixon Joy, at least the same trainer and jockey. Nixon Joy took a ton of money early. And that's been the case here with Gone Oasis. Caber Koa picking up the mount. So let's look at the odds. The two Midnight Mindset still the clear-cut favorite at 6-5. After that, the 8 because of the Brave. The lone Kentucky bred at 4-1. 3 Sly Sloan is 5-1 in the wagering. And then you get the 5 Gone Oasis, the lone Florida bred at 5-1. Long Shot Shul is in. Up next will be Canceled Captivity. She's a former stablemate to Midnight Mindset in Katsura. Next will be the Dylan Clark duo, Because of the Brave and Princess Riley. There's the other Barrow trainee, Katsura, a stablemate to the favorite Midnight Mindset. There's Princess Riley. Then we'll get Katsura, and then we'll get Giant Bottle. So we have a field of 11 here in the nightcap. And Giant Bottle's acting up. Nazario Alvarado's out of the saddle. Giant Bottle is loose right now. Great job by one of the outriders keeping her in the 3/4 chute. This will give us a fighting chance to get a hold of her. Just going to keep an eye on this situation here. Giant Bottle. She remains loose in the 3/4 chute. Hopefully she doesn't think she's got steeplechase racing in her future, because we've got her in a good spot. Try to add a little humor to this situation. Midnight Mindset drifting up just a little bit at 8-5. A lot of money coming in on the 8 because of the Brave, 5-2. Great job by all of our team here, corralling a Giant Bottle. Never easy with a young horse who's loose. Great team effort as we have Giant Bottle collared, and she's being led to her respective post. Midnight Mindset now 9-5 because of the Brave getting closer and closer. She's 2-1. Fans want big fields. They've got a big field here in the nightcaps, over $50,000 in the win pool. Nothing but admiration for all of our fans around the country as we're ready to load Giant Bottle into the starting 8. 11 in the nightcap here at Finger Lakes. And there they go. Midnight Mindset showing pace. Gone Oasis wants to go. Sweet Tooth Sue's amongst the early leaders. And also there races Long Shot Shul. From the far outside is Katsura. Sly Sloan, Blue Silks from the inside. Canceled Captivity runs with them. Because of the Brave is a little less than 7 from Midnight Mindset. And they've got a Pretty Miss Penny following after her, Giant Bottle, and Princess Riley is the distant trailer. Midnight Mindset the speed. And chasing her, Gone Oasis. Sweet Tooth Sue with 3.5 to find at the 5/16. 3 lengths to Sly Sloan, making a move for 4th. Katsura still with her, then Canceled Captivity Shul because of the Brave. A Pretty Miss Penny, Giant Bottle, Princess Riley at the back. Midnight Mindset the leader. And coming after her is Sweet Tooth Sue up the inside. Gone Oasis 3rd. Sly Sloan's in the 4th spot. Midnight Mindset keeps on going up with the top spot. And here's Sweet Tooth Sue into the 2 path. Midnight Mindset. Midnight Mindset in the nightcap. Sweet Tooth Sue was 2nd. Then Gone Oasis and Sly Sloan 4th for the Super. She found a field to her liking this afternoon. 1 minute 6 and 81/100ths. All she needed to do was lose the weight of the announcer selecting her. And she says, I'll go all the way, Mr. Kalo. Midnight Mindset, the unofficial winner in the nightcap. 1 minute 6 and 81/100ths. Sweet Tooth Sue keeps her condition. A good 2nd. 3rd place to the 5. Gone Oasis. 4th place to the 3. Sly Sloan. Lucky start number 13 for Midnight Mindset. 5-year-old bay mare by Big Brown out of the Damn Mindset, owned by Winding Road Thoroughbreds, along with Paul Barrow. Paul's the winning trainer, a double for the winning jockey, Oscar Gomez. All right, you might have heard my steward saying we are official. Price is pending. Midnight Mindset was bred in New York by Winding Road Thoroughbreds, along with Big Brown Management, LLC. Once again, we are official here in the nightcap. Price is pending. And the nightcap is official, a 2-4-5-3. 3-2 late double, $29.60. 2-4 exacta from the nightcap, $30.80. 2-4-5-3, 10-cent super, $60.55. That 50-cent try, $122.62. 1-3-2 late pick 3, $30.37. Late pick 4, $66.25. Tuesday pick 5, $261. All 6 in our Tuesday pick 6, a nice payoff, $1,265.50. 5 out of 6, $25.75. That's it for Tuesday's program. Sure hope you had a great day of racing. We will do it all over again tomorrow with the 1:15 first post. When leaving the track, please drive very carefully. This has been Racing from Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Good night, everyone.